possesses you, the alien spirit is under you, and it wants your soul, it wants your energy, it wants the car, it wants the bar, it wants the canteen to take over. And therefore, if you have these spirits inside you, are possessed by an alien foreign spirit, it is attached to you and then it possesses you, but it's external of you, it's not internal, it's not inside you. It's around you as an aura and as an energy. You still have your mind, you still have your spirit, you still have your soul, but it has been suppressed and it's not longer. There are entities that are created by modern satanic rituals that involve human sacrifices in wars, blood, genocide, accidents, and assassinations. And we call this Satanism, but in truth, they are disincarnate souls or disincarnate spirits that are created and positioned, like you see here, in various buildings on earth, and also rituals performed on earth. All of them lead to the empowerment of these disincarnate spirits that eventually are sent to occupy the minds of many. These attached spirits can affect people in other ways too. Mentally, fatigue, depression, relationship difficulties, addictions, or irrational behaviors. People's feelings of inferiority, thoughts of suicide, or habitually hearing voices telling him or her he or she is a loser who will never measure up as a husband, a wife, a dad, a son, or a child. I will say, roho katika unaweza kushughulikia changamoto yoyote. Welcome to the title that we are going to deal with today. The spirit inside you can handle it. This picture by Ellen Dulizo of Marifado. Roho katika unaweza kushughulikia changamoto yoyote. We have a spirit, a soul, or both. Spirit or a soul is known as roho, mwea, emi. Consciousness is also known as kuziwa, fahamu, uwazi, aiji.
All right. My understanding is when you say spirit, and then when you say soul, right? Well, body, the body, because we deal with Bantu people, right? Bantu, Mtumbi. When they say Mtumbi, usually we're talking about the body itself, as we say Mtumbi, we are going to throw away the body. But when we say we're going to throw away the body, it's burial. That's what we mean by burial. When we say we're going to bury the body, we will never usually now associate the person with the body. Usually, when we are speaking of the body, Mutumbi, and that's the word they use in Mutumbi. Mutumbi is just the body. It doesn't matter whose body it is. Mutumbi. But when we speak of the person, we speak of their spirit as either still lingering with us for a few days or has gone off to the ancestral plane. If it's a good spirit, that it is, it goes to the, and becomes an ancestor of some sort, if it's a good spirit. But if you are a bad spirit, well, what is the determining factor here? Because we're going to go into it, don't worry, in terms of spirit and soul, so that when I give this our identity, it makes sense how we approach it, you see. Because Europeans have a different way of approaching it. Even the way Christians approach God and the way we used to approach God and the Creator That's why you hear me say God and the Creator. Okay. So when Christians talk, they don't talk like that. They don't say God and the Creator. That's why they also have the confusions between your soul, your spirit, and the body, making them three things, three separate things. That's theosophy, Western philosophy, right? So according to your Hunu, how you lived, Hunu wako, it is the people who determine if you're a good person or not. It's the people. Because when you die and the people say good riddance to bad rubbish, so to speak, you are a problem in the community. No one is going to no one is going to invite you to be a guardian spirit because you're a terrible person in life. You see. No one wanted to work with you in life. So they definitely would want to work with you as a spirit in death. So you find that when you have done the right thing, is to say you live by Un, and it brings you dignity, respect, upstandingness in the community, all these good things that come along when you practice Suhum, that people in the community admire and encourage and cultivate in you because that's the culture they want to see, right? So as much as they cultivate the environment they want to live in, they also cultivate the culture they want to live in amongst themselves and within their children, especially within their children. The qualities perhaps that might have evaded them because of certain things that perhaps removed them from a position of some sort of dignity. You see, my child will not suffer that. You see, will not have to be in the position of ever having to lose their dignity, their self-respect, their self-worthiness, all these things that we encourage, want to see in ourselves, but better yet in our children and within the community. That is the UN, you see. So it is not something that is necessarily written down as law. So that's what it must be. No. It is a living thing. So it is modified immediately within its settings. So when a child, it doesn't matter whose child it is, steps out of line, I will quickly put them straight, you see, because you are tarnishing me, your behavior, my culture, our culture. You are representing it or misrepresenting it. So if it is out of ignorance, I'll make sure it is no longer out of ignorance. You do it. When you do it again, it is no longer out of ignorance. You know, because you've been put straight. Right? That's Un. Okay. So when we approached our divinity, well, first and foremost, we go to the names. These names are also titles. You're not given the real names. But as you are given the titles, Mwari, meaning God, meaning God, that's what they say. Yet no one ever used the term Mwari. What is familiar is Nyadenga. When people say Mwari, you know they are Christian. because Christians are the ones who say Mwari is God. Christians, Zimbabwean Christians, they will tell you Mwari is God because that's what they know. You see. Yet Nyadenga is Mwari. If they wanted their equivalent of God, it's Nyadenga. Why? Because Nyadenga is the one who is in the sky, right? The owner, so to speak, of heaven and earth. But he has a location, you see. He has a location. So once he's got a location, it disqualifies him from being the creator. As Mwari or Nyadenga, as the owner of heaven, yes, but he is a local deity, so to speak. He is God. But he is the spirit of a dead person. You see, he was once alive. Now he is a great, great ancestor. He is the one with the connection to the creator. You see, we don't, so to speak. We do, because the creator can, so can God choose holy people as he chose God. Because what happens is, God chooses his holy people. But the beginning of God himself, in terms of his status, right, is he the oldest entity? He is related to the oldest entities. That's what God says. He is part of that council of the oldest entities. The ones who arrived here, right? The ones who had children here, right? With the women of earth, or the children of earth mixed with the children of earth, the original gods, right? Okay, so we are hybrids, the children, right? Some more pure than others because of the mixing, right? Okay, so the creator then created a place for them to stay, right? These are the heavens. Right. Now, as for the spiritual dimension, the heavens are found in the spiritual dimension, which was already in existence prior to even the physical state being made. There are entities out there that never been physical. We're born spiritual. Our spiritual will never die because they are in spirit already. So they are eternal. Forever knowing what they are, have already been. Because you have to understand that as we open up to realities and we take from African philosophies, it helps to break down certain things that Western philosophy is lacking in, right? So, or even Eastern philosophy is lacking, because things like reincarnation start popping up in Eastern and even in Western philosophy. You don't find reincarnation in African philosophy, but you find incarnation in African philosophy. It's to say, yes, the spirit of your ancestor is on you, and you have similar traits to your ancestor. We can see perhaps why or who spiritually might be influencing you. Do you see? Because that's what we say when you say this one has been favored by the gods. These are the gods we speak of. These are the ancestors, you see. Because we can see within the family structure, okay, we are all equal, really. We all carry the same name, the same titles. But some of us, I don't know, they're just lifted up. Intelligence is just there. Blessings are all there. They're just outstanding. All right. And in whatever they put their hand to, it's successful. Some people try, they fail. They don't even, so you can see that these people, they're touched by the gods. They are gods, not your gods. They are gods. You see. So sometimes we can see in us, because we have got great ancestors like Changamire Dombo, that the whole country knows was a great ancestor. Right? So when we see, or even Murozi, which is my great great ancestor, Murozi. So for us, because I'm Murozi, that's what we look for. We look for that incarnation, not reincarnation, but we look for that incarnation of that Murozi, that greatness, you see, within us. You see, is to say, who is the next contender? Who hears the voice of God? Who hears the voice of the Creator? Who here can prophesy, can bless, can tell us of the future, right? So these are the prerequisites for you to become a priest, king in my couch. Okay. You can become a king because you are a good general. But when you do not hear the voice of God, your good is dead to us. We would prefer one who cannot fight, but hear the voice of God. We are hearing the instructions at a national level. And that's how we always operated as a people, you see, not individual. You can approach these things individually because God, like I said, chooses his chosen people, right? But not all his chosen people can do the things that I said: prophesy, heal, and bless, right? Some can just bless, some can just prophesy, some can't do any of it, but they are still holy and chosen people, right? And you think what's their use? I don't know, but they are just holy chosen people, and you can just see that they are holy chosen people, right? They can't bless you, they don't prophesy, they don't have power to heal, but they are still holy chosen people, right? They are there. And it's through natural phenomena, you see, and the environment that God and the Creator can communicate with His people. You see, when you know you're talking to God, you know you're talking to God because you're talking to spirits that have location and incarnate before you as spirits, right? And take any form they want to, any form they want to. They can take any form they want to. Right? They can look like anything they want to, pretty much, is what I'm saying. So, any form they want to take, they can take any form they want to. Okay, because they are spirit and how they manifest flesh to you. They just drag up the minerals of the earth around themselves, whatever it is they require from the earth, just like you do. There's to say, when you want to clothe yourself, you can clothe yourself in anything. You just need a little bit of time to purify what you need to purify, but you get there. If you want it to be draped in pure gold, you can do that. You see, you can, right? But as to say to morph your body into anything, no, it's tricky. You know, you need to be an adept for that, right? Because it's not even every spirit that can attain to that immediately. That takes years. I'm talking years of work, right? You see. So we knew that the spirit, when you say spirit, spirit, you're talking about not just the one. Spirit, you're talking about everything, you see, because everything is spiritual. Spirit, that's everything, right? Now, when you talk about soul, that's where we like to say soul is when you're giving identity to one. Is to say you want to separate the spirit because the spirit is inseparable, you see. So you say there is a soul, and the soul goes with the body, you see. So that is the soul. Right? And there are many souls, but we share one spirit, so to speak. You see. That's how we approached it. You see. So we knew that it was only two things, the dichotomy within the man, the spirit and the body, right? But the body, you see, was forever nothing but a shell, a husk, something that was never meant to last. It was actually meant to decay and to die. So when it decays quickly and it dies, it has actually done its job very, very well. Too good, in fact, that that stuff actually needs to be slowed down. You see. But is it was meant to decay in many different ways. You see. It wasn't meant just to decay in one way. No, 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 no. Right. It was set to decay in many different ways. And there are many things as you interact with this closed system. You suffer entropy. Okay. You suffer entropy, decay in this environment because it's a closed system. Right. So everything that is in here, which is physical, is an echo. So it decays. You see, it's a reverberation. Okay, so it will decay. So no matter how much you're going to play live music and thump it, the moment you let go, there's going to be decay. That's the nature of things here. Okay, but when you're dealing with the spirit does not suffer from entropy, no decay. No, it's actually the opposite. It is more orderly as time passes than it is chaotic, as opposed to the physical world. You see, right? So that's Eastern philosophy for you, and Western philosophy for you, right? Our world is living. We communicate with the spirit, right? We know who God is. God is not the creator, you see, because there are many worlds. So the time you travel to another world and then you find there's another God telling you, I'm the creator of everything too. Come on, man. It's nonsense. The creator is something you Europeans haven't even begin to fathom, especially when you are a Christian. You have the wrong idea of the creator. That's why your shit ain't being answered. Oh, I mean, don't get it twisted. All this success you are having, of course, you're dealing with entities. These entities you're dealing with are evil entities. Okay? They're evil entities. If we didn't know better, you see, for us, the Shona people, we had one God. Okay? So, it's in Sigavano, and Nyadeng. So when you say Msikavanu is the creator of men. And then Nyadenga is the owner of heaven. You see. So Msikavanu is the creator of men, but is the creator of everything. True. Right? But then we say, even though the creator created life here, earth gave birth of the gods. You see. Mhm. Because you want to take all the stories, all the old stories. You see, some parts of the stories are true. When you say there was an original here, yes, something like a Neanderthal, you know, akin to a Neanderthal, not too smart, you see, but unique, blank in its nature. And that's the thing about us even today. Humanity, we are born blank, unknowing. Every other creature or every other form of life here on this planet, it knows its role, knows what it's supposed to do, doesn't second guess itself. Okay, it knows what it is about. Okay, from father to mother to son, they all know what they're about, except for us. You see, we have to learn everything. We have to learn everything. Animals don't need to learn about anything. You see. Animals just act natural to the point that if an animal strays from its nature, we find it actually odd that an animal has strayed from its nature, of which it doesn't happen, does it? Animals never stray from their nature. That's why you write about them, and what stays is true. But humanity, you can keep on writing books and books and books and books and books. You see, because you're dealing with unlimited capacity in terms of growth, right? Not limited capacity in terms of growth, no, unlimited capacity in terms of growth. Everything else you're dealing with has already been given its capacity in terms of growth in all its ways. Humanity, on the other hand, no, we suffer not such inadequacy. There is unlimited capacity in us. Now, this potential was put there by the Creator. And only the Creator has got the imagination to unlock your full potential, you see. So when man sits down to imagine what man, because man, that's why he says man wants to rule himself, fine then. But look at the bullshit you come up with in order to enslave other men, right? That's not freedom. That's not enlightenment. That is that bullshit. You see. So even in the overthrow of the gods, the philosophy born by those who say we are overthrowing gods, this is the time of man, still subjugate using that same story of saying we are overthrowing the gods and it's the time of men. But um, our God is good to worship. Our God is good for all men, right? But we are taking overthrown gods, all of us said no more worship of gods, it's time for men. You see. So they went back on their word because they wanted spiritual power all over again. So when did truly the deception began? Well, it began in many places and many different times. But you just have to look at the Westerners as the culprits. Okay? They're the ones running around with torches, okay? Burning books, saying we're spreading the light. You understand? You see that metaphor? They're the ones running around with torches, burning books, saying we're spreading the light. Yeah? You see? Yes, that is Europeans for you, right there. That is the Christians for you, right there. Yes. They run around with torches, burning books, saying we're spreading the light. That is my quote. You quote me on that one. Okay. I've come up with that one. That's mine. Okay. I own that one. Copyright. Come. Timestamp. Where is it? Right there. It's live. Mhm. This one is mine. Mhm. It's so profound, you see, because they run around with fire, fire. Because fire is supposed to represent awakening, you see, in you. Fire is supposed to be something that way it's supposed to give you peace, you see. You are supposed to use it to keep you and your family warm. You look after the fire, it looks after you, so to speak. You see. So when you have done your work, right? Even if you're living in that cold environment, right? There's the seasons are good so that um, they used to get a lot of forests. So if they did not spend wood, all those forests, uh, building forts, fortifications, ballistas, and other weapons of war, containers for cargo to ship instruments of war. So they misused the fire. They misused the fire. Now they've got weapons of mass destruction. It's just fire, nothing more. It's- They say now the atomic, this, what, no. Trust me, it's still fire. Okay. If it explodes, it's fire. Right. So you can see what they're doing with fire. Right. But when you go to the Greeks had a good story of how they got their fire. That Prometheus brought this fire. It came from the gods, and Prometheus was made to suffer for bringing this fire. So the way the Greeks revered that fire, you see. So even things like Greek fire, it didn't go out, you know. But it wasn't something that was, you know, used for war per se, willy-nilly. No. To defend themselves, yes, Greek fire. But then the story of Prometheus shows you how they had that respect for it, you see. But these ones here, these Christians, they don't have respect for anything in nature because of the way they look at nature. Because to Christians, they're the only things that have souls, you see. Everything else doesn't have a soul, say the Christians. Like it was created and you were given dominion over it, like you dominion over it, you see. And they are just mountains and trees and rivers and lakes and animals for ritual sacrifice and slaughter these animals. To be beasts of burden, yes, these animals. So when you with that kind of a philosophy, anything less than you is an animal. You see. That is the ideology they went around with. If you're not one of us, you are an animal. Heathen. You got the Jews actually saying it. Well, we are Jews. If you are not Jews, you are goyim. Goyim animals. So you see what kind of philosophy, what kind of mindset, that ideology, that theosophy breeds in these people, right? Because the African will turn around and say, God is nature before anything else. Nature. The very things you want to destroy, the African says we protect. That is the very thing that is God, the nature. The animals, the life in its abundance. That is God. Nature. There are aspects to God in nature. There are feminine aspects, there are masculine aspects to God. We can see that in nature because we see that in ourselves too. So this thing about God is just a man and because he's God, he can create alone. No, we don't do homo gods where we come from. Because we got gods with God is it. It comes like that. You see. So you end up having homosexual gods because they want to be like their gods. Their gods don't have, somehow they just have children without actually going through the necessary chapters of having children. Maybe that's why they like adopting African kids, you know. So they are more godly to say, look, I did not even produce out of my own loins. I'm that godly. I just have a child now. You see. So yeah, hey, that's you Africans. You are giving up your children, not me. Yes. So we see where that philosophy comes from. Ah, we can see what gives rise to these here caligans, these here sorority houses, these fraternities of theirs, and these serapians, because that's where it comes from, isn't it? Yes, from gymnasiums, huh? From these bathhouses, the public bathhouses, where the nobles and the elites would have their dicks sucked by little boys, by little boys, right? And if you didn't have a little boy fuck, you're considered like there's something wrong with you. Or perhaps you were of low rank, or what they say, low birth. Because if you were of high birth, definitely you would have a couple of families wanting you to take their little boy under their wing. And he has to suck dick and get fucked. Right. So these are the same people who you find in the monasteries today. The same story with little boys, right? Right. So it didn't start today, no. It's actually something they do because of the way they worship. You see, it's part and parcel of their culture, you see. But they try and use, you see, the veil of Christianity to try and cover up their wickedness. To no avail, to be honest with you. Because their wickedness shines through. Eventually, their wickedness shines through. You know, you can't hide things forever. You see. Yes, because we say look certain things like when you look at an elephant, um, it's very difficult to tell that it is pregnant. So you're looking at an elephant, right? When it gives birth, it's been carrying that thing maybe 3 years. That's what we used to think, you know. But Africans really didn't know how long perhaps they say elephants gave birth because we didn't lock them up and we didn't follow them around to see how long it took, you see, like white people do. No, so we just estimated it around 3 years. You see, but you will say it's been carrying that thing for around 3 years, but you didn't know, you didn't see, because we usually use the elephant because other animals you can tell they're pregnant, but the elephant is usually just big and round. But then when it gives birth, we just say it's a secret that has been held for 3 years. But even that secret is thick, as big as the elephant is, and as difficult it is to get out. That secret must come out. You see. So we say that we use that as a metaphor. That thing with the horns, yeah, especially because it's got horns. You can't hide it or you can't wrap it forever. Must come out. And it's a deep metaphor. It's difficult and it's lost in translation when I try and tell it in English. But you can use your intelligence to try and come up with something. Right. So the white Christian missionaries undermined. our religious practices. Because they're not religious, they are spiritual practices. Right. So you find that my people, the Shona people, it was very easy for them to convert to Christianity because they already believed in one God. You see, they already believed in one God, right? They already believed in holy men of God, right? So when these white men, these Jesuit priests came and presented themselves as holy men of God, my people say, yes, we can see you're holy man of God. Which God? Well, this is our God. Our God, we approach him like so. Wow. Okay. We do the same with our God. You see. Your God causes floods and this and that. Well, our God, he also makes it rain and causes droughts. But this flooding, yeah, once in a while, the rivers will flood too. You know. So there was nothing new that the Christians brought to us. Nothing. You see, nothing. Because they speak of this man, then they say Jesus Christ. And then we say, look, man, that guy sounds like a guy called Yeshua. But Yeshua was from around here. Here, around here. From these parts. We know him from around this part. Because some of our history, you see, it goes back to 2700 BC. Easy when you're dealing with Southern African history. Because when you're dealing with Southern African history is like no other history because it is strictly oral history. History that is passed on from generation to generation. If you do not have a family in Africa, then you don't have a history. Okay. So your history in Southern Africa is private, usually. Okay. What comes out is the history of the kings because we are all up in their business. Okay? The kings and the queens and their families, we are all up in their business. And our relationship to them, you see, and our relationship to them, hence our place in the world or our place in society, is to say how near or far are you to the throne, right? You see. So some of us, we actually carry the names like Muroji of the people who sat on those thrones. So there is no confusion as to say my history. When I want to speak of my history as Muroji, I can go to wiki pages right now and start telling you about my poem. I can read from my poetry at wiki pages, at wiki. Yes, there is a whole page long talking about just my family, my clan. You see. So this history, this history is there for every moyo mwera moyo deva vumawaranda to see. And if they have a problem, they can augment it, you see. And as we augment it, we usually expound on the family tree because we know who is who already, you see. So we expound on the family tree with new additions, you see. The younger generations, having been the ones first who didn't give a shit. But as they get older and their kids now start asking them about Where did they come from? Now they want to know. You see. Now they're coming to our platforms, calling us backdoor. Can you teach us? Can you teach us? Well, when we were learning about these things, you didn't want to know. You were saying, why study a dying couch? Oh, you see, because they become Christians and become civilized. Yeah? But then you realize that Christianity is shallow, it's full of blood. Its history is bathed in blood. It is more demonic than anything, Christianity. Hmm. So there are those like me who stuck to the old ways. Okay? Had a chance to run with the Christianity because you were born into it. But my mind still was not, you know, my psychology was not right. My thinking was not right. Until I just went a little bit, I didn't even need to scratch that much, just reflect back on what are other people doing in my culture. Because it's still being talked about, like, yeah, some people, they don't do Christianity. Some people, they still do Shivan. So we were thinking, Shivan, when you are said, I know they're backwards, they still hold on to the old ways, they're backwards. You're young boys, you're modern. That's what we're told now. You're modern boys, you're Christian boys, you get baptized, you're good lads, right? But then, yeah, but then, like I said, for some, it's okay. With me, something just didn't sit right. So you go back to the older ones, those ones who still do the stoneworks, you see. You ask those ones now, look what's going on. Then they tell you you don't want to know. You are too young, you see. Maybe when you get a little bit old, how old are you? At that time, I was like, no, I'm 20, 25. And you're still too young. All right. But then you keep on knocking and you keep on trying. And one day, you approach them the right way. You go and buy some sand, some meat, some beer. You bring a lot of drinking water, you know, from the bowl from my house because I freezed it. Right. So I came in and I had some meals with them. Now that's when the story started to come out. The oral tradition, their oral history. Because it's their history. And they start unlocking it too, how things were in the past, their stories. So you know now, you see. And yours too, they know. Because when you're of greatness like me, Muros, they know you everywhere you go. They know. You see. And they want to be associated with you see. Thank you, sweetheart. Right. So you find that we have the ability to destroy Christianity because when we tap into ourselves and when we listen, as I now do, to the voices of the ancient ones as they speak through, the chosen ones, you see, who can tell you what it's like in the spiritual world as it is playing out now, right? So it takes time, right? So here, out here, there's not anyone really who's got that skill. And in Zimbabwe, Sarah, you know these people who still do this.
Right.
Talk to dead people,
Oh, yeah.
invite the spirits of the dead into a place.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Right. So out here in the West, they end up conjuring the wrong entities because they don't know what they're dealing with. We have the names of our ancestors. Like I said, we know the good ones because they lived a good life, and we know the bad ones because they had a bad life. So we dump them. Now they usually might have an agenda or even an axe to grind. So they are sooner to work with your enemies, you see. So you have to be aware of that. So in terms of spiritual protection, you see, that's why you need to be tied with your bloodlines. So they offer you this protection. When once this person has been exercised here, because that's why Christians say also when you bind what has been bound in the flesh has been bound in the spirit. That's our philosophy there. You see, like we are the ones who initiate the judgment on you. As we send you off, we initiate the judgment on you in our hearts individually. Is that not so, sir?
Mm.
We say on your grave that every person will say come out and then they say, to me this person was a bad person, right? They will come out and say it. To me this person now was a good person, right? But usually, if it's that bad, that person usually wanted to show up to your funeral. So you know it was that bad, you see,
Mm.
right? But if it was a scenario where perhaps you used to get along, but something happened, that person is allowed to talk like, no, she used to be a good person, but something went wrong,
Mm.
you see, right? Something went wrong. So these things come out so that we know not to invite this spirit back into the community. Okay, because if you don't speak out at that funeral, then we say, oh, this was a good spirit, let's invite that spirit back into the community. Yet that spirit was tormenting you, so we don't want that, right? So we'll send you off, and when we send you off, it is not to the ancestors with, with, with the family. No, you go elsewhere. You don't want to go there, trust me, right? So we send you off, we send you off, right? And we make sure you don't linger because we know that you might want to linger. So there are things we do too to make sure you do not what?
Yeah.
Make sure you do not linger. Yes. 3 days, you're gone maximum. You're never going to hang around for more than 3 days unless you're invited. Yes. Because we lock that place up spiritual. Yes. By strictly by invitation only. Right. So you've got foreigners who come into our land, even outsiders of other tribes who have different ways of going about things that are shallow to the point where there is no ceremony even for burying their dead. Am I not telling the truth here?
Yeah. Some people.
Some cultures, yes. Because you see, when we marry certain people from Malawi, the rites that we engage when we bury our dead, the Shona people, are deep, okay, very deep. We don't bury our mothers. We only bury our fathers. You see, that's number one. We don't bury our mothers. We only bury our fathers and our brothers. If and sisters, your mother is not your blood. Your mother, if she dies, you call her relatives, come and bury her, and to do the right thing. If I die, my mother is not allowed to bury me. I She has to call my brothers or my my uncles, my fathers, to bury me. Right. So there you go. That's very deep. Now, so we see that a spirit, one that said an axe to grind, can wait depending on the type of scenario that spirit was in. When we say demonic possession, that is exactly it. It is a spirit that is disgruntled, that suppresses the natural spirit, you see, and expresses itself, right? Suppressing the natural spirit, you see. So that's why you should um, always have a positively charged spirit where you believe in yourself, you see, and to the extent that what words that come from other people who perhaps are, you know, perhaps they are not in full control of their own capacity as well, right? And these people come to you with no good news, and everything is negative, 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 because they want to suppress that spirit in you. So you vacate your space. So you feel smaller inside, yet you're a big person. You feel a lot of space, you feel a lot of room within you and within the environment too, because of your aura, you see. So they want to engage you in a negative fashion, telling you you're a terrible son or terrible daughter, terrible husband, or terrible wife, or terrible mother, or terrible father, or terrible sister, terrible brother, or you're a terrible student, or you're just a horrible human being, right? Things that make you feel stupid and less of sure of yourself, so you lose the confidence and the belief in yourself, right? Leaving you in a wicked state where you can be attacked spiritually. Okay, so that is why we, in our philosophy, the Shona people, guard against the people like that who complain too much, who want to dump their problems on you. You see, because what is it that you have engaged in spiritually? Okay, that is following you around, right? to the point where it's a mess everywhere you're going. Right? Because when I'm in Zen, okay, peace mode, agriculture mode, okay, we are living by the ways of people, kind of. When does it rain? When do we go to the fields? Okay, because we agreed to have a culture as a people, agriculture, which is agriculture. Right? So they come and they tell you you are inferior. You are not human beings. You are animals. You are savages. Okay, you have no civilization. So they suppress your spirit, and then they give you Jesus Christ as a replacement. They say, well, this is your salvation. At least it's not all lost, African. You see, here's Jesus Christ, your salvation, African. Had you been left out, had you been left out of this one, African, this would have been truly evil. Okay. Now, this is truly evil. And we left you out of Jesus Christ. As we rob you of your culture, your land, your wealth, your dignity, your history, we are giving you something better, African. Jesus Christ. So it was by force, you know, it was by force because my people loved their own ways. You see. And you can tell that because we are still, some of us, keeping the old ways and going back to the old ways of worship. Like I said, and they came to a place where our stories are kept in us. They are told in our plays, in our dramas, in our poems, in our culture itself. So when the Europeans came looking for books, they couldn't find it, you see, because they wanted some books to burn, you know. That's what they wanted. They come in, they burn books, and they give you the Bible, you see. They burn all knowledge and give you the Bible. So with us, they had to kill the elders, certain patriarchs and matriarchs, because they were the forebearers of all custodians of our heritage. You see, right? But that act itself caused actually for there to be a war because that was the final straw. People had had enough. Okay, right. So that brought about the first Chimere. And then the second Chimere, and then we kicked their ass, we kicked them out of the country. So the Shona people, no, we can't say we ever really got colonized. No. Because they didn't even get a foothold for 100 years. No, they went for 94 years. 94 years. And of those 94 years, it was continuous war against the natives. It's just the two generations when you look at where we come from. In fact, just one generation was 94 years. My grandmother died at 105.
114.
114.
Yeah, more than 110.
Yeah.
114 or something.
Something like that.
A lot, more
A
than
lot.
100. Yeah.
More than 100.
Yeah.
Right. So people like that were around, okay, when the white man first came. You understand? So when we say 94 years, it's nothing compared to the ancients in our society who were around in those times. That's why you find Senior Ray saying people go home and write and write and write and write because this is the critical time that we got 100 years now. Most of those people who witnessed this 94-year struggle are dying. And this is the period that really needs to be recorded. So we know, so that we say, they can say they colonized us, but we say, no, you didn't even stick around for 100 years, you see. You didn't even make it 100 years on that land. And all those, that time, 100 years, people were fighting. So you never had peace. You were only in these little settlements that you call cities. So just little settlements. You couldn't develop those things because you were at war. They were just fortifications, and that's what it was called. It was called Fort Salisbury. Yeah, it was called Fort Salisbury for a reason. So you had the Salu scouts; those were the sellouts. The black people were the sellouts. Those are the ones we need to sort out more than the white man himself, because he was already outnumbered. Yeah, and we fought the struggle and won. You see, it's another thing to say, no, we fought the struggle and won. We we ushered in what they now call guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare was originated, perfected, and exported from Zimbabwe. Right. Why it was called guerrilla tactics is actually because the people looked like gorillas. Okay, the way they used to camouflage themselves to break the silhouette, right? They would use AK-47 like tails. You know, you see how you like you make a tail. So you make a tail using the AK-47 while you're sitting in a certain manner. You see. So when Europeans were looking for them, they would just think it's a troop of baboons. You see, a bunch of monkeys. Right? So you find that, yeah, sometimes these guys would actually also move around with troops of baboons. You see. Right? That's how deep this guy. Right? So in the exteriors, it was deep, man. It was deep. They got hammered. They got hammered in those bushes of Zimbabwe. That terrain, yeah, they got hammered. So Zimbabwe, we don't play. No, the Shona people, we don't play. We have a history of defeating the Portuguese and the British. Mhm. They they paid taxes to Morozo for a good 100 years, so they can't say anything. For 94 years, they tried to be on soil, but prior to that, um, you're talking the times of John Moffat when he got killed by one of my ancestors, and the Portuguese got angry, the Dutch got angry, and then they tried to lay an assault. And then Murozi and Changamire in Changamire Dome, they licked them hard. Because you see, they don't tell you that the Roji people, they had control over all exports in that area. Ivory, gold, shipment, everything. So we had arms. We had arms. That's what they don't tell you. Okay. That the Roji Empire split up because of the in-house fighting. Succession after Moroji died. The succession of the brothers. One of them engaged the Portuguese. Okay. And he got help from the Portuguese to defeat his brother. After that, well, you see, it was a weakened state. You helped us destroy your brother. Now it's not very easy. It's not very difficult to destroy you too. So they all got destroyed. You see. And then the Mele people were the last people to come in and actually just like, well, at that time we were so weak, not even challenge them really. You see. In-house fighting. Yeah, that got resolved. Yeah, because you ended up having people like Madam Tam.
That was complain about some stuff. The asylum. Nah, okay. That's not asylum.
Right. So because we're dealing with oral tradition, our stories are intact. So we write our own, right? And we write everyone's as well. You see. Because when we say we are who we are, and we know who we are, because we say we are who we are, right? Yeah. Okay.
På Bumble tar kvinnorna det första steget. Det du tar första steget är det du. Very happy to be joined by Oded Duma, who is in Johannesburg, South Africa. He is a member of the Lemba peoples and an advocate of the lost tribes of Israel, originally from Zimbabwe. Hello and welcome, and what a pleasure to be joined by you after being in contact for some time.
Thank you, hello. It's a pleasure to join you.
That's
So
what a voice like
tell
mine,
us
huh?
about the Lemba people
Yeah.
and your connection and what you grew up knowing or finding out as you began your spiritual journey.
There was a song that, there is folklore among our elders. They say we came from Sena, somewhere up in the north. And I have heard that some of our relatives were buried facing northeast. And they believe that they were supposed to return to Sena. So the question has always been, where is Sena? Because if you go to Mozambique, there is a town called Sena. They left a city called Sena in Mozambique. Then before that, establishing Sena, trying to name every city they settled in their journey southwards as they moved to Saudi Arabia, then Yemen, then down further southward into Africa. Wherever they settled, they called the place Sena, reminiscing of the Sena of old, the Sena they left in the Holy Land.
Wow, what so interesting. Now, what kinds of, when you were growing up, did you practice, rituals, that, matched the Mosaic law and Moses, the laws of Moses? And were you aware this was Judaism or this came later?
In South Africa, there is not much confusion, but in Zimbabwe, I'm not sure what caused it, because at some point, you find that, of course, this is not in the mainstream. We all knew that we are of the Jewish heritage. In fact, each time I visited my aunt of blessed memory, she used to always say she is a purely Jewish woman because her mother and her father are member, and her grandparents, she was not of mixed, her parents didn't intermarry my father's family. But my father married my mother from outside. I know that the people, there's certain things they don't do, because of the Sabbath. So personally myself, it was cash fruit that was very strong when I was growing up. But then I had this inclination to want to find more. Then I started reading literature. I have Jewish friends in Johannesburg. Started reading Rashi. I went to Ulpan. I started learning Hebrew. Then I also studied classical Hebrew at the University of South Africa, but it was for non-degree purposes. I did just a semester. Then I read my monitors. I taught myself how to use the Siddur, an Orthodox Siddur. Then I was invited by a rabbi from the Baal Shem Tov, the Hasidic sect in Johannesburg, to come and join the synagogue. So I have been practicing Judaism in a Hasidic environment. Then after the lockdown, we're not going to shul. I found myself as the cantor and as a lay leader of my own community. We have started meeting, because people, I call it a slow but sure return, because they know the history, but many of them want to know, they're fascinated, but they want to see what does it mean ultimately. They want to come back. So we are doing a slow but sure return. So they know the cash route. They know that we're not supposed to intermarry. There are people who try to form a dating group where they start intermarrying, marrying within the tribe again, to see how we can do kosher properly.
It was really great to have this introduction to your story. Thank you so much for joining us. It's such a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
If you're an accredited investor, It's said that once you've been to Africa, the continent is locked in your heart forever. The deep cultural heritage is unmistakable and unchanging. The same can be said for the Middle East, where the people of Israel have passed down their traditions for centuries. But the Lemba are something completely different. This tribe, who live in Zimbabwe and South Africa, claim they are direct descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel. Is it possible they are who they say they are? Astonishingly, the facts support their miraculous oral tradition. When the nation of Israel was formally reestablished in 1948, there was the hope by some that Jews everywhere would become unified once again. After all, God is faithful to his promises to the people of Israel, specifically. I will watch over and care for Israel, and I will bring them back here again. I will build them up and not tear them down. I will plant them and not uproot them. Inspired by this prophetic promise of God, a great pilgrimage began, a journey made by Jews across the globe to mend a fracturing of people that occurred centuries ago. In the 8th century BC, as noted by historians and the Bible in 1 Kings, the Assyrian Empire conquered the northern kingdom of Israel, captured its people, and dispersed them over Assyrian territory. Historians say some were killed, many were blended into other cultures, and others fled. Thus began the tradition of the lost tribes of Israel. Lemba oral tradition, passed on through generations, says they came from the rabbinical tribe, the Levites. The Lemba say they fled their original home and traveled to Senna, in modern-day Yemen, where they became traders and craftsmen until they were forced to escape war or natural disaster. This drove the Lemba across the Red Sea to Africa. During their journey down the African continent, tradition says the Lemba built great cities of stone. This is where science comes in. Archaeologists have verified the existence of these cities. In addition, at these stone city sites, many artifacts have been discovered. These facts are a direct tie to the oral tradition handed down by generations of Lemba. Tribes all over Africa have kept their traditions and customs, but the Lemba are like no other tribe. Strict adherence to Jewish customs have been watched over by Lemba rabbis. Despite losing their original Torah on the journey from Israel to Zimbabwe, all oral teachings and traditions have been maintained. The same kind of oral teaching described in the Old Testament. Dietary laws, including kosher standards and restrictions on meat, are obeyed. Circumcision. Intermarriage has been strictly forbidden to preserve the culture and bloodline. Traditional rabbinical clothing is worn. In a place thousands of miles away from Israel, detached from all Jewish culture, these African Jews who call themselves original Hebrews are committed to their way of life that has been passed down generation to generation. Eventually, DNA testing advanced to the point where the Lemba's claims could be put to the scientific test. University of London scholar Dr. Tudor Parfitt swabbed a cross-section of Lemba tribe members, and the results were astounding. The Y chromosome, passed on by many males in the population, proved to contain the Cohen modal haplotype. Among Jews, the CMH marker is most prevalent among Kohanim, or hereditary priests. In addition, this marker is one that only emanates from the Middle East. It is not found in any identifiable African groups. Even more astounding are the following stats. The CMH marker shows up in 50% of the Lemba testing. The same marker shows up only 3 to 5% of the time in the general Jewish population. What could be tradition lost in generations of translation has proven to be quite the opposite. Stories passed on generation after generation, backed up by scientific proof. The Lemba are indeed astonishing. Some claim they are one of the lost tribes of the original Israel.
With us and being watching right now because God has something special for you. Join me for Jewish Voice and you'll discover how Bible prophecy is coming to pass before our very eyes and why you need to stand with Israel. You can play a role in God's end time plan. Find out how on Jewish Voice. Welcome to Jewish Voice, where we help you to understand the Jewish roots of your Christian faith, Bible prophecy, and why you should stand with Israel. I'm Rabbi Jonathan Bernison. Joining me today, once again, is my co-host, Ezra Benjamin. Ezra, another exciting program because we will be spending time at our Lost Tribes Discovery Center. You're one of the first to see this. I don't think there's anything like this anywhere in the world.
Right, and we've just opened it, Jonathan.
We just went online with this, the Lost Tribes Discovery Center. There's so many Jewish communities that have been scattered to the uttermost parts of the earth.
But they're being regathered.
And they're being regathered, and we're coming into connection with them. And many of them are coming to us. One of the questions I'm asked a lot is, how are you finding these lost tribes?
Right, they're actually finding us.
They're finding us.
Yeah.
You know, Ezra, I'm not sure that everyone watching even knows what the lost tribes or who the lost tribes are.
Right, and who's lost to begin with, and are they lost to themselves, or are they lost to the world? Are they being found? So many questions arise. What does the term lost tribe
So
mean?
let me recap, and it goes back to Abraham. God calls Abraham and gives him a unique destiny, a unique calling and promise.
Mhm.
And he says to Abraham, who's living in idolatry, through you, all the nations of the earth will be blessed.
Mhm.
And he took him to a land with his family, to a land that is today the state of Israel.
Right,
So that was a land that was given to a specific people as an everlasting possession.
and then to Isaac and to Jacob
Right,
after.
right. And so that's the land grant. It's
Okay.
not the Balfour Declaration. It's not the UN decision. It's not even an issue of historically how long have the Jewish people been in the
Sure.
land. It's God declaring this land will be a possession to you and your children, Isaac, Jacob, and their children.
Right, and our people come back from Israel, but we don't have to read too many books into the Bible to see that God scattered us. We see it in Isaiah and
Right.
Jeremiah, and he says, you deserve it. It's because of your disobedience that I'm kicking you out of the land of
he
Israel.
warned the children of Israel. And he said, if you follow my laws and commandments and you worship the one true God,
Right,
you'll be blessed.
right.
If you don't, you'll be cursed and you'll be scattered to the nations.
And that's exactly what happened.
And you won't do well there. It'll be hardship for you. It'll be
Right.
hardship. So the promise is to Abraham through Isaac and Jacob, not through Ishmael.
Yeah.
Okay, not through Esau, but
Not
specifically
through
through Abraham
Ishmael, not
and
through
Isaac.
Esau.
Okay, and then Jacob. Jacob's name is changed to Israel, and he has 12 sons.
Yeah.
They become the 12 tribes of Israel,
Mhm.
and they make up what is today known as the children of Israel,
Mhm.
the Hebrews going back to Abraham the Hebrew, or the Jewish people. Same people group,
Mhm.
the physical descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose name is changed to Israel. Now, they end up in slavery in Egypt
Sure.
because of a famine. They were blessed at first,
Right.
and then Pharaoh turned against them, and they're slaves in Egypt. They cry out for a deliverer for 430 years,
Mhm.
depending on which translation. God sends Moses, and we have the Passover Exodus.
Right.
And for 40 years, they wander in the wilderness. God gives them of course, the tabernacle. They're able to worship him. He's dwelling among.
They say 40 years. I say 400 years. 400 years until the Israelites degenerated, and you could no longer tell who were the Canaanites and who were the Israelites. Okay. Canaanites fell from being the worshippers of one true God to becoming worshippers of all forces of nature. Their chief deity being Baal. And you had, okay, we have Melchizedek is the first king priest, Canaanite king priest, contemporaneous with Abraham. And being the king of Salem, the high priest of El, right? But he degenerated, right? As the Canaanites degenerated, so the Israelites also degenerated, right? So you have Eastern, Western philosophy, Southern philosophy, which was oral tradition, passed on from generation to generation, was much more difficult to corrupt because we didn't require Torah. We kept the Torah, we practiced the Torah. You see, we became the Torah, which is the big difference.
People, after 40 years through Joshua, he leads them into the promised land. They dwell together in victory, in relative peace and security through the time of Solomon.
Right.
Okay? A united kingdom under David and then Solomon. The temple's built, Israel's in her glory, and then the nation divides.
Right.
After Solomon. You have 10 tribes
Right.
that become the
Because you're only supposed to have God as king. We were not supposed to have kings, right? But there are those amongst us who cried out, we want to be like the rest of them. You also want to be united under a king. Well, kings, you were told, will take you to war. Kings will take you to war. Kings glorify themselves in the end. Okay. So we were never supposed to have mortal kings. Only God is king. So there are those who stuck to that way of thinking. You see. So there was a split. Those who wanted to live under a king and those who didn't want to live under a king, an earthly king. Because there are some of us who say we only accept priest kings, but the first title they should wear is priest before they become even kings. So we have priest kings, not king priests. No, we have priest kings who we come from. So the first thing you qualify is a priest. So if you do not hear the voice of God, the voice of the ancestors, you're no good. You will lead the people astray. You see. So that's why there was a rift. Okay. That's one of the main reasons.
kingdom of Israel in the north. You have 2 tribes in the south. Okay, Benjamin and Judah in the south, the tribe of Judah, and Israel. The 10 tribes are defeated by the Assyrians about 2,700 years ago. They're taken into captivity, into exile. We don't hear from them again.
Right. And to the world, they're lost.
They're
People
lost.
think they assimilated,
Syrian
meaning
is
they
worse
gave
than
up their
the South.
Jewish identity. They've been killed, whatever, they're gone.
Now, in a narrow definition, Ezra,
Yeah.
those are the 10 lost tribes, the
Okay.
lost tribes of Israel.
So
Okay?
that's what it means by lost
Now, they're
tribes.
not lost to God. And they scatter, and we have some historians writing about Jewish communities that they discovered from these exiles,
Mhm.
okay?
Mhm.
In Babylon, in the area that's today Turkey, all the way into Afghanistan.
Right.
They migrate. India, through the Silk Route, but they're lost to the scriptures. The southern kingdom remains intact, the tribe of Judah, or the kingdom of Judah, until 586. They're taken into captivity by the Babylonians.
Okay.
And you have a 70-year exile, and then a remnant returning through Ezra through Nehemiah. They
Right.
rebuild the temple, they rebuild Jerusalem. It's only a remnant.
Okay.
So keep in mind, you have the 10 tribes scattered. Now you have the remnant remaining in Babylon, and they're scattered also.
Okay.
According to God's word, I will scatter you.
Right.
And then you have the exiles that return being scattered after the destruction of the temple and Jerusalem in 70 AD. So now they're scattered again after a revolt called the Bar Kokhba revolt, the Great Dispersion. And now you have Jewish communities throughout history over the last 2,000 years wandering from nation to nation. Scattered.
But there's a problem, Jonathan, and those who know your Bible at home, I think you do know that God says, I'm going to scatter you, but I'm going to regather you from all the places where I scattered you. Have we seen that happening yet
Yes,
in the world?
but it's relegated to a specific time in history. So we wander through Europe. We're banished from England. We're banished from Spain. You have the Spanish Inquisition.
Mhm.
Portugal, you have Jewish communities banished, wandering.
Right.
Many end up in Turkey. Some
Right.
end up in even in far away as China, Ethiopia, scattered throughout the world. Jews are instrumental in the founding of America. But God says the day will come, and he refers to it in Hebrew as Bayom Hahu. Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11.
What is Bayom Hahu?
Bayom Hahu, in that day.
Okay.
In that day, verse 11, the Lord will again redeem for a second time. First time is Babylonian captivity.
Mhm.
The second time, in that day, he will regather the remnant of his people. And he mentions Assyria, Egypt, Pathos, Cush, Elam, Shinar, Hamath, and the islands of the sea. In other words, it's the whole world, but it specifically mentions Ethiopia
By name.
by name.
Wow.
So this is a set time in history. What is Bayom Hahu? The last days.
Wow, Jonathan.
So we have Cush is mentioned, Ethiopia is mentioned. So we're saying Africa is mentioned twice, right? Because Cush is Ethiopia, is Africa. You understand that? Cush is Ethiopia. Cush is Africa. Cush. Right? So Ethiopia is not a country. Neither is Cush a country. Neither is Africa a country. So when they say Africa is mentioned twice, they mean it because you have the name Ethiopia and Cush being mentioned. These are people, okay, of a place which is a continent called Africa, not a country. So you Christians who want to confuse the issue, by association, okay, never mind. You see, the jig is up.
Last days events, the regathering of our people, so important to understand, so important for you at home to understand. You know, Jonathan, this DVD, Quest for the Lost Tribes, that we helped to produce, changed my thinking on the issue of scattered Jewish people around the world. It's actually part of what got me into this ministry. Such an important DVD. We want you to know what God's doing with our Jewish people around the world, where he scattered us, and how he's regathering us.
You may have heard of the lost tribes. You may never have heard of them, or you've just heard about them but don't know how it applies to you.
Yeah.
This video will help you. We have not offered this in a while. We were, as Ezra said, we were actually part of the distribution process with A&E.
Yeah.
It's a really high quality video.
Yeah.
It will really help you understand what God is doing today with the people that he's remained faithful to. I want to encourage you, get involved with this ministry. We need you to partner with us. That gift, that ongoing support enables us to go to places like Ethiopia and Zimbabwe. I want to encourage you, get involved with this ministry. We want to get these products out here that are really unique, a Lost Tribes map that you won't find anywhere else because we produced it, because we believe this is part of Bible prophecy. And if you can give monthly, and I really want to invite you, become a monthly partner with Jewish Voice. If you'll pledge to just $30 a month, in addition to the video and the map, we'll also send you this beautiful Lost Tribes of Israel book. We produced it. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm telling you, it's a great coffee table book. This is just our way of saying thank you as you stand with us, as you support this ministry. Hey, we have to take a quick break, but we'll be right back from our Lost Tribes Discovery Center, where we are reaching out to lost tribes of Israel being restored. And I want you to be part of this, so don't go anywhere.
As you are learning today, Jewish tribes have been found in Africa, India, and other parts of the world, holding on to their traditions and their belief in the one true God for centuries. However, they are among the poorest and most persecuted people on earth. Today,
in Africa, Africa is not a country. You have Ethiopia today, which took the name. Okay, Ethiopia took the name of Africa. Okay, why did Ethiopia take the name of Africa? We are not stupid Africans, because Ethiopia was quite never colonized. You see, when we say was Africa totally colonized, we can say there are two countries. One is Liberia. Well, because of the way Liberia came to be, so it's, you could do the history yourself. Ethiopia was Africa. So since Ethiopia was never colonized, they tried, the Italians, because they wanted to go back on their word. But as they always do, these white people, they do. They always go back on their word. Always. Okay. When they make a promise to you, they're going to break it. That's my guarantee to you. They're liars. All of them. Or most of them. All of them. All of them are liars. And if they tell you, I've never told a lie in my life, that is the biggest lie of them all. They like to call them white lies. Well, is there any kind of a lie besides the white lie? It's because they are their own, these lies. That is why there is no such thing as black lies. Yes. There is such thing as a white lie. A black lie, no. No such a thing. And you might find black magic, right, which is the most powerful of all magic. You see. Then they see this white magic. There is no such thing as white magic. So we have with white lies, black magic. You see, they don't say, or it was not written, let there be darkness. No, it was written, in the beginning was the Word, right? And the Word was with God, and it was good, right? And the Word said, let there be light. You see, let there be light. So light was created, right? Darkness was not. You see, light was created to shine in the dark. You see. So the darkness is older than your creator. You see. And the darkness, by default, to me, Christian, is older than your God. Because somehow you need a light to see in darkness. Some of us, we don't even need light to see in darkness. Look, just look at the blind men. They see a lot more than you think they see. So the darkness is true mandate. Without the darkness, the light cannot cast its reflection. The light cannot bring about its illusion. Yes. The darkness remains true. Yes. All life is conceived in darkness. When you want to rest, you don't go into a well lit area. No. When you want to relax, you dim the lights. When you want to rest, you turn off the lights. You go into a dark space. You shut down. Then you go into an even darker place. This is where you become alive. Yeah. So, day brings with it anxiety. Night brings with it rest. So, they make horror movies where these terrible things only come out at night. But it's your boogeyman. You see, these things don't come out at night. The guys in your neighborhood, okay, that terrorize you. Okay, it's not us Africans out here in Africa terrorizing you in America there, giving you sleepless nights. What are the Africans up to? We will be minding our own business coming, you know. You guys didn't interfere with us. Honest. We didn't come to your shows. We would never come to your shows.
have an opportunity to make a change in their lives. When you support Jewish Voice with a one-time gift of $40, Jonathan wants to thank you for your help by sending you Quest for the Lost Tribes, an incredible documentary featured on A&E. This video uncovers the truth of how the 10 tribes vanished and where they have now been found. In addition to the DVD, you will also receive the Lost Tribes map, tracing the ancient Silk Route and denoting the location of the Jewish tribes you are helping today. We'll send all of these resources.
These are key words, like the ancient Silk Route. These are key words. Because when I take you to the history of the Shona people, yes, because they are now called Shona people, Masena. So Mzilikazi is Nguni. So we are not Nguni, the Sena people. We are bored certain of their practices. We are bored, right? We did not like disputes over cattle and land to the point where there is loss of life. That's the Shona people. The Shona people also believe in one God, Mwari wao, Msika wanu, who is their creator, and Nyadenga, who is their God. Their God is Nyadenga, their creator is Msika wanu. So they know the difference between God and creator, because they tell you God is a spirit. The creator is not a spirit. The creator is the manifestation of everything you see and don't see. The creator is in everything you see and don't see. God is the spirit that you see. And there are many of them. Okay, there are many gods. These gods have their own kingdoms. Like Baal is his own kingdom. And his own doctrines. In terms of catchment and his philosophies, you widen the net as you progress these gods. They are not dumb. In fact, they are the ones who give forth to your paradigms as they unfold, because they actually are the ones who modify, where need be, the doctrines in order to capture the moment, the pulse of the moment. In some instances, of course, they have got their own agendas which they push on the will of the subject, and it is perhaps going against their nature, right? Like killing. Well, killing is easily explained in my culture, why killing is there, right? Because we know the truth that here on earth, this is where life is born, all of it, right? Whether it is of spiritual nature, of which everything is spirit of some sort. But some spirits, like the human spirit, is a divine spirit, which is meant to inherit the spiritual realm in its fullest capacity. Unlike the spirit of animals, which have their status here, they manifest in the flesh, and this is their highest form of manifestation. So they live life to the fullest, because in spirit they don't exist, so to speak. Right? They don't rise to the other dimensions. They are bound, earthbound spirits. They are never going to rise beyond this place. So even in spirit, if they are to manifest, yeah, you can still perhaps do what you used to do in terms of eating, right? But that spirit also has to be unlocked from one that is actually physical for it to be of any substance. Right? Because one that is ethereal, never had blood in it, of which that is the thing you are looking after, something that smells blood, even though it doesn't have blood itself. But you are sated because you are as a meat eater. So it is the spirit of something that had flesh rather than it being purely ethereal, right? So as you grow, you realize you don't need to sustain yourself in this man. You can always draw from the ether itself, the substance you require, you see. And usually this is for form and function, according to your own power, right? Because one is given glory only by the Creator's will. So you see function and purpose only through the Creator's will. Those who manifest the Creator's will are glorious. Those who do not, well, they are diminished and abhorrent to look upon. Miserable things, you see, devoid of all light. So they are also in darkness, though they be in spirit. And they influence coming from a place of unknowing, because they also died unknowing. With the same philosophies that you are akin to, or practicing, slavery of the highest order. You see, where you like lemmings. You see, yet the foundations of your religion should be questioning the foundations of your religion and every aspect of it, and why certain practices must be practiced. And when this self-reflection is lost, then that entity becomes a god in itself and a threat, because it is something that can no longer be questioned, and it's something then that can never be controlled, because it is only through engaging in it to the fullest that one can actually have power over it. For if one cannot question it, then it has power over you see. Now, the Creator does not create you with a questioning mind for Him to remain silent on the fundamental questions of life. Rather, He be open and forever teaching you His ways, because He is open, and He is the one who is open His playing field to its fullest. So when your formulas, your religion, your philosophies fail to capture in it the entirety of phenomena, right, then it is lacking, you see, and it becomes a tool for subjugation and enslavement, rather than it being a tool for self-enlightenment and self-perfection. For the perfection has been externalized in one entity, who we should all model ourselves after, as a physical entity, but has been given spiritual powers because it's born of the gods too. So, in other essence, you can never be like Him, because He's divine and you are not. But somehow you still share the same path, spiritual, right? So it's convoluted in terms of thinking. It's not the only one. All of them are. All of them, including Islam too, Buddhism, and all the other isms. Yes, right. And those who say Egypt, 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 well, it's the same bullshit, because you are believing in reincarnation. Because when we now start to tell you, that's why I left out Egypt when I said Kush, Africa, and Ethiopia. I did not mention Egypt because Egypt actually is an angel who works with the likes of Baal, Osiris, and Astaroth. Okay. Astaroth is the one who is responsible for your nonsense in India. Okay. All that nonsense. The Kabbalahs, the Chinese or China. Okay. All of those philosophers. Right. It was Astaroth who was responsible for all that nonsense. And she's a goddess. She's not a he, she's a she. And you can see she's feminine because of the design that is Eastern. It is highly feminine. In its nature, even boys were dressed up like women. You see the irony of it. They worship a god, they think they're worshiping a god. But you look at them, they're worshiping a goddess. You see. And they didn't know that. But you just look at the reflection. Right? From time where you're dealing with male principles, who are true male principles, like Osiris. Right? You can see the kind of philosophy that was born in Egypt. The high science. Very, very straight in its nature, very masculine, straight to the point. Now, when you go to Eastern, it's a goddess you're dealing with, a lot of curves and trinkets and, right? Because it's feminine. And there's a lot of emphasis on beauty in their architecture. Right? And that's women for you. They like to decorate everything. You can see that. Can you not see that side?
Everything has to be pretty.
Everything has to be pretty. Yes, that's women for you. Now men are more functional in their design. So you can see where you are dealing with a god and you're dealing with a what? A goddess. Yes, because these divine principles are channeled through inspiration. So let's continue. Like what?
Yeah. Because when you talk about so
This is out to you right away as you support
your
Jewish
activity stuff in it, was it to the 20th or was it for the full month? Because I thought I heard you say
one-time gift of $40 or more.
You can just call
Your
it
gift
something.
will help us share the gospel and change lives for these lost tribes. Call the number on the screen now so we can get these resources out to you today. If you would like your giving to make a long-term impact, Jonathan is encouraging you to join him today as a monthly partner. As you do, you will be providing the funds needed to assist local Messianic congregations in sharing the love of Yeshua throughout their local communities. As you join us with your monthly support of just $30 today, you will not only receive the DVD documentary and the map, but Jonathan will also include this African box plaque, reminding you of the part you are playing sharing the gospel around the world. We'll also send you this beautiful Lost Tribes of Israel photo book, featuring the history and images of the various tribes which Jewish Voice Outreaches are helping. Again, you will receive all of these resources for your generous support of just $30 a month. Your gift today can change a life, providing the opportunity to not only meet physical needs, but also the chance to share the love of Jesus in a very real and personal way. Call our 800 number now and let our representative know what level of giving you would like to participate in. Your one-time gift today will be used to bring the gospel of hope to thousands around the world. And if you would, please consider becoming a partner with Jewish Voice. Your gift of just $30 a month would be greatly appreciated. If you prefer, you can always choose to give online at jewishvoice.tv, or you can also donate by mailing your gift to the address on the screen. Thank you in advance for your generous support of Jewish Voice and for making a difference in so many lives through your sacrifice.
But in terms of philosophy,
Ezra,
Yeah.
a 2-year program, a 2-year project,
Yes.
finally brought to fruition. We are online.
Yeah, here we are, Jonathan. In this
We're wired.
Discovery Center,
Okay.
we have eyes on major Jewish population centers around the world. And I'm not talking about New York and Tel Aviv and
No.
Los Angeles. I'm talking about scattered Jewish groups wherever they are, in Africa, in Asia, in Northeast India, all the places where our people have been scattered. We're learning and discovering where they are and what we can do to be a
Ezra,
part
I
of it.
feel like for me that I came into this about 20 years ago. I had been working in Russia with scattered tribes, but not the lost tribes of Israel.
Sure.
And then I was invited to go to Ethiopia in 1999.
Yeah.
And everything changed for me because it was literally like being moved into an Indiana Jones movie.
Right.
But instead of searching for the lost ark, it was searching for the lost people of Israel.
Sure.
Not the lost ark of Israel, but the lost people. And it began with Ethiopians, and then it spread to other groups like the B'nai Menashe,
Right.
which
In
we just
India,
talked
yeah,
about
yeah.
last week in India. And then Jewish groups started to contact us
Right.
and say, hey, we're here. Groups in places like Somaliland, and one group in particular that I want to focus on, and it's behind us, and that's the Lemba tribe
Yes.
in Zimbabwe.
Yes.
When you say not major groups, so like Jewish communities in Israel or America,
Mhm.
these lost tribes, we're talking about groups that most people have never even heard of.
Right.
And how many of you watching have ever heard of the Lemba tribe? Ezra, talk about the Lemba tribe.
The
Yes,
Lemba,
yeah.
Jonathan, is an incredible discovery. Not a discovery to the Lord, because we know he's known where they are for the whole time they've been outside Israel, but a discovery to us about 10 years ago. We were able to go down to Zimbabwe and sit with leaders, chiefs of what's called the Lemba tribe. And that word, Lemba, actually comes from a place in Yemen, Saudi Arabia area where this group first settled after they left Israel. Their story, their oral history goes like this. Under Ezra and Nehemiah, there were priests, there were Levites working in the temple who had married pagan wives, non-Jewish
Hey,
wives.
now, I need to stop you because
Sure.
this is really monumental.
right?
We're not just talking about Jews.
No,
Right.
We're talking about priests.
right,
Yes.
We're talking about
Yes.
Levites.
Yes.
The
right.
Levites were the priests of Israel.
Yes.
That was the tribe of Levi
Right.
Right.
were designated to be the ones that worked in the temple.
Yes.
Right.
And out of the tribe of Levi came the high
Exactly.
priest.
Jacob had
Mhm.
12 sons, and one of those sons, Levi, was the priestly tribe.
And the Lemba's claim is we're priests.
Yes. And there's something very specific here, because not just Levites, like my family's maiden name is Levitt, so Levites, but within the house of Levi, as we know, there was the house of Aaron, right? The Kohanim, the high priests.
Right.
So the Lembas claim, if you ask them, who are you? They'll say, we come from Israel. But if you press them, they'll say, we are the house of Aaron. Not just the house of Levi. They say, we are the house of Aaron. In essence, they're saying, we know that we are descendants of the high priests of Israel.
And
It's
they've
incredible.
they've carried this oral tradition
Yes.
for hundreds of years.
Yes.
Oh.
Thousands, Jonathan. Thousands since they left Israel. It's
Thousands of
amazing.
years.
It is. So go on with the Lemba.
So the Lemba were the house of Aaron, the house of Levi, these priests and high priests who had married pagan wives, and under Ezra and Nehemiah, they were kicked out of the land of Israel because they refused to separate from the non-Jewish wives that they had married. And so as the oral
Really?
history goes, they
Kicked
migrated out of Israel, across the Jordan River, into Saudi Arabia, into Yemen, and then eventually by boats on that small little patch of water of the Red Sea between the Middle East and the East African seaboard. And so they came into Africa over 1,000 years ago and little by little migrated down the eastern seaboard of Africa into what's today southern and eastern Africa, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, even other areas on the continent.
How many are we talking about?
We're
Just
talking
rough
about
estimates.
at least, you ready? At least 80,000. And if you count the regional population, upwards of 200,000 people today.
200,000.
Yes.
We're talking about living in the bush.
Yes, living out in rural areas in southern Africa, but saying, we know that we come from Israel.
Disconnected from the Jewish community.
For 2,700 years.
Only 2,700 years. How do we know they're Jews?
Well, their oral history. Again, there's a cost being scattered in the nations of the world to say I'm Jewish. It's not a benefit. Usually it means isolation and persecution.
Right.
So anybody who says to us and contacts us and says we're Jewish, we listen up, because it's not to their benefit usually to say that. Oral history, tradition, the Lemba only slaughter meat. You ready? 2,700 years after leaving Israel, they only slaughter meat in the way that's biblically prescribed to be kosher, and they don't eat anything that's biblically unclean meat. They only marry wives within the Lemba community.
Wait, in the
Are you
bush of
Lemba?
Zimbabwe, they eat kosher
Yeah,
meat.
the
Do
people
whatever you
around
want.
are eating whatever you can find because food is scarce. The Lemba are only eating what's biblically clean meat, and they have Lemba butchers who slaughter it in the way that the priests were
And it's
commanded
not that
to
they're
slaughter.
reading the Torah.
Correct.
This is their oral tradition.
Correct. They've passed it on. We say in Hebrew, ledor vador, from generation to generation.
Incredible.
They've maintained these traditions. And not only that, nobody believed the Lemba, Jonathan, and they said, in essence, prove
They don't intermarry, you said.
They don't intermarry.
No
And
one
circumcision.
believes that.
Circumcision. Unfortunately for the Lemba, it's on the 8th
Even the
year for the
Christians.
boys, not the 8th day, so they missed that one a little bit, but they kept the 8.
We get the
We're
idea,
talking
though.
with them about that.
I've got
The last,
extra
yes,
blind
the
with
last and
Christians.
perhaps the most recent
Don't
and
worry.
most important one is nobody
Don't
believed the
worry.
Lemba and said, prove it. Well, the Lemba did. One of the clans in the Lemba community, Jonathan, had their DNA sent to a lab for testing. You ready? A 70% match to
Nice.
historically Semitic Levite DNA.
Wait, Levite DNA.
Levite. In essence, the Cohens and the Levies in the world sent their DNA in, and the Lemba sent their DNA, and it's a 70% match 2,700 years later.
Body
This is
bag.
miraculous.
Body bag. Body bag. KMO. Body bag. Now, you see, you can bring those Hebrew Israelites, call themselves Hebrew Israelites. You see. They can bring their DNA. I'll bring mine. Okay? I'll bring my DNA. They can bring theirs. You see. Because my DNA is already on the record. How about yours? My shit is already public. You see. That's why I can actually come out here, just keep my mouth shut, and don't even need to struggle to prove who I am. I just go to YouTube. Can you do the same thing? I go to YouTube. I can even go to myself, tell you my history. That's why I can sit here. You see. Like I was trying to tell you, oral what tradition, oral history. So when these Christians came looking for books amongst the people who are oracles, where are the books? Where are the books? Yeah, you want to ban books? You are used to banning books, not here. We know your game, you see. That's why we were prepared by God to be oralists, because He knew the kind of people we were dealing with, these Satanists. Yes. You see. Let's keep it moving.
Arabia area where this group first settled after they left Israel. Their story, their oral history goes like this. Under
Right.
Ezra and Nehemiah, there were priests, there were Levites working in the temple who had married pagan wives, non-Jewish
Okay,
wives.
now, I need to stop you because
Sure.
this is
Right.
really monumental.
Okay.
We're not just talking about Jews.
No.
Right.
We're talking about priests.
Right.
We're talking about
Yes.
Levites.
Levites.
Yes.
The
Okay.
Levite.
Very good. Because we're not talking about Jews. No, we're not talking about Jews. Fine, okay, we're not talking about Jews. What means we're talking about the priests if we're not talking about the Jews? Why are we talking about the priests if we're not talking about the Jews? Well, The Levites are not Jews. Do you understand? I'm not from the house of Judah. Judeans are the ones who call themselves Jews and practice Judaism. I don't practice Judaism. Yet I'm an Israelite, a original Hebrew, not a Jew. You understand the difference? That's why he's telling you, okay, we're not talking about Jews. No, no. We're talking about priests, yes. But also, we're not just talking about the priests in terms of the Levites. We're talking about the high priests. Moses and Aaron are the high priests. Okay? Aaron being the first high priest. Okay? Ordained by Moses. Moses told by God himself that you must do this. Take the Levites, purify them, and put them to service unto Aaron as his priests. Serve at the tabernacle, at the temple, wherever they are. Whenever you have this set up, I am there. You see. And those are the conditions of God's presence amongst his chosen people, his children, the Israelites. Without this setup, God cannot dwell amongst you. You see. So you need the high priest and you need the priests. And they are the ones who bring forth the tabernacle, the foundation. Okay. But since that was already done and the presence was already there, it becomes a matter of maintenance, maintaining the Torah. Now, since because you are oracles, and it's been 2,700 years since your scriptures have been refreshed by true oracles, because you were left with scribes without inspiration, who ended up being inspired in the New Testament by bullshit that comes from the house of Esau, which gives birth to the house of Ishmael, who do not have the inheritance, because the inheritance is not going down through these people, it's going down through Jacob, who is Israel. Right? And then you say the kingdom is going to Judah. That is fine. You can have it. Don't want his kingdom. I am a high priest of Aaron, Moses. Since I'm a Levite, my inheritance is the priesthood. And we guard with the priesthood with our lives. So we put anyone to death. Jesus is not from the house of Judah because he was not born of any of the boys from the house of Judah. Had his father been any of the boys from the house of Judah, then he qualified himself as a Judean. He's not even an Israelite because he has no father that is Israelite. Do you see what I'm saying? So he is not a contender as the Messiah of the children of Israel because he is not born of the seed of David. Do you understand that? This, when you go back to Saul, the kingdom was taken from him, but the kingdom was promised to the seed of David because of Saul, you see. So it's all plain and simple. The Levites' inheritance are city-states amongst the cities of these children. The Levites are to inherit God or the Lord himself. The Lord himself shall be your inheritance, says the Most High God. Not Jesus Christ, says the Most High God. Not Gabriel, says the Most High God. So these are the words of the Most High God unto the Levites. You see. So it is the Levites who live under the law. And the rest of the children of Israel are supposed to follow the example set by the Levites, because the Levites act as God's representative on earth. You see, the Levites are the ones who communicate with God directly, the Most High God directly, and 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 they are the ones who offer up sacrifices, okay, or offerings. That's what they are, offer up sacrifices. Now, the reason you're supposed to bring your offerings to us, the Levites, is because, one, we feed your children, and we feed strangers, we feed the orphans. We not only nourish them physically, but we nourish them spiritually as well. You see. So the butchers were people who were very busy at work. So it was a bloody business. Okay. Slaughtering those animals to feed the masses, those who would come to worship. So no one paid for food. You brought your best wines. You bring your best everything, the first of everything. You bring without blemish. The best of the first of your fruit you bring. You don't bring all of it, just a percentage. You could not travel perhaps with the live animals or even perhaps the crop itself because you're going on a long distance. This is where you would go to the money changers at the temple who would then pay you tokens, right, that are hand in hand with what you have brought. If you brought a ram, there's a token you are given for a ram. When you bring a bull, there's a token you are given for a bull. When you bring anything you bring, there is a token for it. And you are given these tokens local because you have rendered your best local. You take your tokens to the main place of ceremony in Jerusalem, so to speak. And there you go to the priest also, the butchers, and you exchange your tokens for the animals that you had given. For each token you give, you get back what it is on the token, right? Like for like, you see. So one had brought their best that side, one of us brought their best that side. So you're always going to get the best, you see, for your offering. That's how it used to be. So the priest would end up just taking those tithes to say, well, we can just accept the tithes. Since we're just doing the offerings, they will just do the offerings and the sacrifices for you. You be content, right? So everyone gets to enjoy. Everyone eats. Even those who didn't bring anything, you see. Because here, you can't cheat God. You understand what I'm saying? You can't cheat God. You can say, if the priest I'm cheating, I'm going there with nothing. I'll just mingle. Yeah, you can do it, but we are not there to stop you. You see, because God Himself is there, right? So He is the arbiter of it, the final arbiter of it. So your actions there. That's why you find if certain individuals were to be struck by lightning that just came from nowhere, selected just that family and struck them, right? And no one else. You know something is up, right? Because You didn't bring your best. You went and you celebrated. You come back home, everything is destroyed. Yes. That family alone has been targeted. It didn't rain everywhere else, but your place has been struck by lightning. Or there was just a hailstorm in your field. Yes. Or you just come back and there's locusts in your field. Only you. Yes. So these things, natural phenomena, they occurred. So in order to stop these things, you must go to the high priest with your offerings, to bring your best. So we still do this practice. We still do this practice. These are the old ways. Let's keep it moving.
Were the priests of Israel.
Yes.
That was the tribe of Levi,
Right.
were designated to be the ones that worked in the temple.
Yes.
And out of the tribe of Levi came the high
Exactly.
priest.
Jacob had 12 sons, and one of those sons, Levi, was the priestly tribe.
And the Lemba's claim is we're priests.
Yes. And there's something very specific here, because not just Levites, like
Right.
my family's maiden name is Levitt, so Levites, but within the house of Levi, as we know, there was the house of Aaron, right? The Kohanim, the high priests. So the Lembas claim, if you ask them, who are you? They'll say, we come from Israel. But if
Okay.
you press them, they'll say, we are the house of Aaron. Not just the house of Levi. They say, we are the house of Aaron. In essence, they're saying, we know that we are descendants of the high priests of Israel.
And
It's
they've
incredible.
they've carried this oral tradition
Yes.
for hundreds of years.
Yes. Thousands, Jonathan. Thousands since they left Israel.
So they've kept this oral tradition. It means that it's from word of mouth, generation to generation. So you find that some of my people who converted to Christianity lost their faith, yet they were told, some of them by the elders, like, look, Christianity, you don't take it too serious. You see. Because we were baptized and all that stuff. But bottom line is I was circumcised. So it's when you go to these circumcision rituals, that's when you are enlightened and you're told really your identity. You see. Because I'm circumcised, right? Thing is, I was born in Zambia, right? But grew up in Zimbabwe. You see. So there's no big deal because you've got my father, Shona Chime, my mother, who is Mklanga. You see, Mklanga. My mom Mklanga, my father Chime. But they met in Zambia. Right? They met in Zambia. Mklanga, you would find with him. Mklanga, that's I think it's Zulu. So I think my grandfather's side would have been from the Zulu tribe, you see, Mklanga. Or maybe it's Xhosa, I'm not too sure now. Mklanga. But the people who do the Mklanga dance, like the Xhosa people, to be honest with you, those are the ones I know do the Mklanga, you see, which is a reed dance. Because Mklanga is a reed, it's a type of reed, like the papyrus, that's Mklanga. It's the papyrus, that's Mklanga. That's what Mklanga means, papyrus. So Mklanga, there's a dance when you go to YouTube right now, you can Google up Mklanga reed dance. Because Mklanga is a reed, then you can see that's the papyrus. You see. So that's my heritage from my mother's side. She's a Mklanga. But her totem is Madube, the zebra, you see. So it is prudent that they are Mklanga, Madube. It was Madube. Madube, Dube, it's just Dube. We say Dube, but it's Madube. Is to say Anamajenjenje, the ones with the stripes. Right? Whether you want to call it the zebra stripes or the stripes that they wore that way blue and white, you see. Because you can still see the way they dress, the beads and what. Right. Now, what happened to Zimbabwe with the main body of the Shona people is that 80% of the Shona people are Christian. That's the problem. And when you ask them Chivan, they don't understand their Chivan anymore, their culture. They don't understand their culture anymore, you see. So, those of us who had fathers who were more in touch with their culture, you find that now I understand why we don't buy meat from the butcher. Why every month a cow is slaughtered to feed the family. You see, all the families. You see. And wherever the head of the cow goes, that's where the celebrations are going to be for at that month. Like, let's say the cow is the head of the cow is my was given to me, right? So I break it down, all of it into a big pot, kosher style, right? Now that's just a pot that is outside. It never goes inside the house. It's all outside by the fire. It's put in a huge big pot, the whole thing, and it's just boiling in there, just boiling in there. Usually, when it boils for a day, like they boil it today, it sleeps overnight outside, and then tomorrow morning you light the fire on it again, slow and just to heat it up so it doesn't burn, but you just keep it moving. So it's got hours of the heat, and you're just eating from there, right? So everyone knows that that pot is there. You see, whoever it is, families know that pot is there. So you know that pot is there. So when you delay, you might find that pot empty, and it's your own loss because you know that pot is there. And usually it's done today and they are eating it tomorrow. So we all go there. But that very day, we also go to the farms, go and buy another beast, which is slaughtered kosher, okay, right? And then the meat again is transported to here where the head is and is redistributed. And then the one who's going to go away with the head, we all know that so and so is going to go with the head, they go with the head. They do the same thing at the end of the month. That's where we will be. We are following the head of the cow. So that's what we do where we come from. I don't know about it. So we don't buy meat from the butchers. There's always meat anywhere you go. It's anywhere you go. You know there's going to be meat. So you don't ask. You just go, you open up the fridge, just take out whatever you want to take, go to barbecue, whatever you want to barbecue. You don't ask where you come from. As long as you don't ask, why should you? Right. You are fed. Yes, there are meals that come that you are fed, but there's no one stopping you from just going to the fridge, deep freezer, getting some meat out and just doing whatever you want. Yeah. So I missed that. Okay, let's keep it moving.
amazing.
It is. So go on with the Lemba.
So the Lemba were the house of Aaron, the house of Levi, these priests and high priests who had married pagan wives, and under Ezra and Nehemiah, they were kicked out of the land of Israel because they refused to separate from the non-Jewish wives that they had married. And so as the oral history goes, they migrated out of Israel across the Jordan River into Saudi Arabia, into Yemen, and then eventually by boats on that small little patch of water of the Red Sea between the Middle East and the East African seaboard. And so they came into Africa over 1,000 years ago and little by little migrated down the eastern seaboard of Africa into what's today southern and eastern Africa, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, even other areas on the continent.
How many are we talking about?
We're
Just
talking
rough
about
estimates.
at least, you ready? At least 80,000. And if you count the regional population, upwards of 200,000 people today.
200,000.
Yes.
We're talking about living in the bush.
Yes, living out in rural areas in southern Africa, but saying, we know that we come from Israel.
Disconnected from the Jewish community.
For 2,700 years.
Only 2,700 years. How do we know they're Jews?
Well, their oral history. Again, there's a cost being scattered in the nations of the
Oral
world to say I'm
history.
Jewish. It's not a benefit.
Oral
Usually it
history.
means isolation and persecution.
Right.
So anybody who
Right.
says to us and contacts us and says we're Jewish, we listen up, because it's not to their benefit usually to say that. Oral history, tradition, the Lemba only slaughter meat. You ready? 2,700 years after leaving Israel, they only slaughter meat in the way that's biblically prescribed to be kosher, and they don't eat anything that's biblically unclean meat. They only marry wives within the Lemba community.
Wait, in the bush of Zimbabwe, they eat kosher.
Yeah, the
Right.
people around are eating.
You see, we have a saying, Isus Mashona, Rora naile matongo. Rora naile matongo. Right. Because we who know what's in now is unique to ourselves. Who know where it is unique to ourselves. So when we go out into the world and we think, and we are soon quick to find out, no. So to me, it became even more important. But you're allowed to explore, to experiment. But as you grow, you learn to separate the chaff from the wheat. You see. And you are so quickly start realizing this is Western, this is mine. But this seems Western, but it's mine. Right. You need to be able to start making those distinctions. Because some of the things, yes, they seem Western, but they're yours. And some of the things you think they are yours, but they're actually Western. It's tricky. Right. Because it's a cultural exchange. They are giving you the worst of themselves, you're giving them the best of you. So it doesn't work. Yes. They're giving you the rubbish, you're giving them the gold. Yes. So you have to flip it. Give them the bullshit. You keep the gold to yourself. Let's see how they feel about it. Yes. And then you'll see if they're really afraid. Because right now, it's because you got so much, they like, they don't really like. Let's keep it
Whatever you can find, because food is scarce. The Lemba are only eating what's biblically clean meat, and they have Lemba butchers who slaughter it in the way that the priests were
And it's
commanded
not that
to
they're
slaughter.
reading the Torah.
Correct.
This is their oral tradition.
Correct.
Okay.
They've passed it on. We say in
That's a lot of information to unpack there. That they're not reading the Torah. It's their oral tradition. So you cannot compare me to these Hebrew Israelites. If you take away that book from him, these Hebrew Israelites who are chatting on the streets, they've got nothing to say. Yet me, without the Torah, I've got something to say. Can you see the difference there? Because it's my history, orally. I don't need the book. You see, you had it been you, you would have been like so too, practicing, but you lost your way. You see, maybe had you kept your way, you might have been able to identify who you are. But the moment you need Esau's book and Ishmael's book to identify you, I am not that, you see. My history is intact. That's why I take you 2,700 years of unbroken history. Then I'll take you 3,300 years. I'll take you to Ahura Mazda. Okay? So when we start dealing with names, that's the Western deities, you need to start actually getting a hold of people like Ahura Mazda, things like Zoroastrianism, okay, the true foundations of Eastern and Western philosophy, right? The Israelites, I didn't say the Jews, I said the Israelites coming out of captivity are the ones who ended up coming up with these concoctions of the devil. They did not have the devil going into captivity, but somehow they had the devil coming out of captivity. Isn't that fun? You see, because the devil is not there in Torah in the Old Testament, because it's not anything besides a genealogical book that has got instruction on living. You see, and here we're dealing with God directly, not other entities. You see, now all of a sudden in the New Testament, God is foreign. We are fallen, and we need angels to speak on behalf of God. All of a sudden, who's God? Your God. You see, when Christ said, when Jesus said, "My Father in heaven," did he give a name? He did. He said, "Amen." Okay. He said, "Amen." He said so. His Father is who? Amen. Now, we, the Shona people, we settled in a place. You now call it Yemen. We call it Amen too, right? But when we named it Amen, we knew who Amen was, a God, a deity. Okay, a God, a deity, not to be mistaken with the Creator. Okay, but Amen, because you've got the word Amen Ra, which meaning the sun God, Ra, Ra being the sun. Amen just meaning God. Okay. So when you are given Amen, you are also just being given a title, which is Amen. Okay. Even today, in terms of music, we've got what is called the Amen break from the Amen brothers. Right? You see. So we know these things to be true because we have the names. You don't, you carry the title. So Jesus is not even his name, it was supposed to be Emmanuel, if I understand it correctly. Meaning that the Lord is with us. But since you named him Jesus, the Christ, and you don't even know what Christ means, you said Christ means the anointed. Christ does not mean the anointed. Christ is what it means. It means crystal. Christos, which is crystal clear, clarity, the all-knowing, the all-knowledge. Now, since Christ himself could not even tell you about the end, and then he says, "This knowledge resides with my Father in heaven." Only he is the all Christ, the all knowledge. Because when you stand before the Creator and you declare yourself Christ, you are the Antichrist immediately. Because you are not all knowledge. Listen. So when you know what something means, you're not going to be deceived by them telling you Christ is the anointed. No, I'm sorry. Christ is the all-knowing. Since Christ is not all-knowing, since Jesus Christ is not all-knowing, he falls short in more ways than one. So we want his father, his spiritual father. Don't be surprised to find that maybe it was even Baal, you see, because they put the title Melchizedek on Jesus Christ. They say Melchizedek, the order of Melchizedek. Now, like I said to you, when you go back to the interactions between the Israelites and the Canaanites, that interaction in terms of the 40 years, it was more like 400 years. Because you want to put it all in one perspective. Because it's that area is written from a certain continuation in terms of genealogy, rather than it being contemporaneous, just being given different angles from different perspectives, right? Can never be truly harmonious because no two people can ever look at the same thing and agree it to be the same thing. Ever. It's very rare to find someone you agree with 100%, even today. So it was even rarer then to trust this. So it boils down to just a point of view. And who can interpret the story better? It takes 400 years between me and you to lose your ways, not 40 years. It's too short a time for a generation to change in 40 years. Mhm. So I would say, and I would propose that it took 400 years for the Israelites, not all of them, to degenerate into Canaanites. The Canaanites themselves, because of Melchizedek, we know he was king priest. Yes, worship of El at that point in time. You could say perhaps the Most High God, God of earth and heaven. But the Christians end up saying creator too. No, God is not the creator. Here we knew because we're dealing with entities that have an address. Abraham was contemporaneous with Melchizedek. Melchizedek, who wore that title king priest. But we have records in clay tablets, so we don't need to go to the Bible for this one. That gives us the history of the Canaanites of that time, because we've got more than 700 clay tablets that were unearthed that show the day-to-day life of the Canaanites. That Baal was their chief deity, the western stone deity, the chief deity amongst the Canaanites. And Melchizedek was king, priest, also the king of Salem, Salem being Jerusalem. So they say he is Christophany, or the foreshadowing of Christ. No, he is a historical figure like Cyrus, who we also capture at this point in time in terms of Babylonian philosophy. His god being Ahura Mazda, right? And his high priest being Zarathustra, right? And their religion being Zoroastrianism. And this is what captured the Israelites, right? Not the Jews, the Israelites. Coming out of there, those of the southern kingdom are the Judeans. And this consisted of perhaps Judah, Simeon, Reuben, right? You see. And then, well, the other ones. Levi was always found in every state. So there's no saying that Levi stuck in the south. No. Levi's inheritance was unique as high priesthood, temples in every city. You see, where he said, so by nature of him not being given a territory for himself, the Levites were found everywhere. So you cannot say they are Judeans because they found in Judea. No, it's their nature of their inheritance that makes them be found in Judea, yet not being Judeans themselves, Jews. Okay, that's why the Levites' inheritance is the Most High God. Okay, they don't inherit Judean or Judaism. Okay, that's something that is foreign to them. They instigate whatever they instigate because what they instigate is through the promise of God Himself and His presence amongst these oracles. So as they decree, it is written, and it is only written after they decree. So when you are left with scribes and their so-called degrees, learned men who have no inspiration because it was never in them, you see. So you are thirsty for 2,700 years. The scriptures are dry. They become parchments. Truly, they were told that's what they're going to be. Relics of the past, worthless documents, irrelevant to our time. The living word, no, I'm sorry, it's dead. Where is it today, your Jesus Christ? You're waiting for it to come. I swear he's not coming back because he never came. Right? We don't deal with illusion. We deal with God. You see, because we are Old Testament here, not new. So when you talk of the Messiah, he has to be from the house of David, because that's the promise that was made by God. God is not a fool. So God knew that he was going to be, you know who. Like I said, Ishmael and Esau. When this doctrine comes around with Esau and Ishmael, yeah, because they were cut out of their inheritance. They're trying to write themselves into the will. Whose will? The will of God. They got cut out of that inheritance. They want him. Well, they were told you can engraft yourselves as servants, nothing more. Never as brethren or even as next of kin. Yes, even though you come from the same womb, but I shall separate you just to look at by thy skin. You see. So these things are decreed by the Most High God. I don't need to deal with Jesus Christ at all. He's got nothing to offer me. Salvation. Yeah, I'm just going to ask for Akhenaten. Okay. We were talking about who? Amenhotep. Was it Amenhotep the fourth? Was it Amenhotep the third? When I was saying this is Moses, and I was saying, look at this name and remember this name, Amenhotep the fourth. Right? It was a 1V. Right? And I was like, the name, remember the name, Amenhotep. Right? So Amenhotep the fourth, that's who? Moses. And you, there are people like Akhenaten, right? And then you had people like Atmos, right? Meaning brother too, right? So historically, these people you find them in Egyptian records. Historically, also these people you find them books from the historians like Josephus. So you don't need the Bible. Right. To find people like King Cyrus. So when we talk of the Israelites, those who are converts, they're Ashkenaz Jews, converts, never been uh, true heirs to the throne. No, they were heathens. But they wanted peace, not war. You see. Unlike what most people think when you talk about the Khazarians. No. What who Genghis Khan is the one who infiltrated and destroyed the Khazarian Empire. Right? They were forced to go to war because of that. So when they become a warlike people in history, it's because of their interactions with Genghis Khan. But when you were dealing with the king of the Khazars at that point in time, he did not want to be a Christian after talking to the Christians. He did not want to be a Muslim too after talking to the Muslims. And there were other faiths too that time. And what would also come to be known as perhaps Judaism, which it isn't. Because Jews, like I said to you, come from Judea. The high priest bring forth something new from the Most High God. The one who says, I am who I am. You see. So by definition, it's the priesthood. It's Levitical law. It's not Christianity. It's not Judaism. It is Levitical law. That's why they always skip Leviticus for you, and they don't want you to learn Leviticus out of all the books of the Bible, because Leviticus lays it out plain and clear for you all. Jews and non-Jews alike. Okay. Even you too, Ishmael. Your inheritance prophesied. But the inheritance of the kingdom is not yours. Even Esau, your kingdom was laid to you. By the sword, yes. Also, by the sword you shall die. Right? Because you're bringing guns to a spiritual fight. You already lost this one before it was begun. You see. You had already lost this one before it was even begun. Because when you're dealing with the Most High God, He's way ahead of you. Especially now that you're worshippers of Baal and you don't even know it. So it's only just a few of us left who know the truth, what's going on down here. And the rest of you are confused. Rest of you done lost your ways. The closest one that is the Sephardic Jews, not the Orthodox. The Sephardic are the closest one because they still have God as their king, and only God is their king.
Ruler door to door from generation to generation. They've maintained these traditions. And not only that, nobody believed the Lemba, Jonathan, and they said, in essence,
And they don't intermarry, you said.
they don't intermarry.
And circumcision.
Unfortunately for the Lemba, it's on the 8th year for the boys, not the 8th day, so they missed that one a little bit, but they
We didn't mess up that one. Like I told you, the Christian missionaries, when they used to baptize our boys, they found that the boys were being circumcised, so they put a stop to this practice. You see. we still wanted to circumcise our young boys. So we had to wait until they got baptized for us to go and circumcise. Now, other parents, you see, after getting their children baptized, they felt some way like, well, no, my child has already been baptized. I'm not going to go through it. What. So even the the markings that you're supposed to get on your face to show that you've been circumcised, because you get the cuts, you see, show that you can cut. You see. So we identify ourselves by the cuts, knowing that that woman belongs to our tribe, or that man belongs to our tribe because of the cuts. They're secret cuts, right? So you can always identify your own, right? So our women also were never meant to, when they are taught how to look after a man. So they are not afraid to take the towel to a man, look at him, clean him before they even engage in sexual intercourse. She's got the water there, the soaps, the towels to clean you first before she lets you in. By this process, she should be able to identify whether you've been cut or not cut. If you've not been cut, then she should know you're not one of us. She should not procreate with this one. You see, it's deep like that. So circumcision was what brought you to manhood and told you your true culture, that you're not a Christian. Okay. You are a Hebrew. Your father was a priest. Not only was he a priest, an Anglican priest, but your father was a Hebrew priest. This is our history. Here are your great great grandfather's diaries. Because when you deal with me, my great grandfather, like I said, was a Jesuit priest. He moved from Gutu to go and establish a monastery in Shurugwi, right? And if you go to Kwanem district, they know about my great grandfather. So my fathers are highly literate, all of them, doctors, lawyers, you name it. There is no position in the government besides president that you do not find a Chimeta there. Doesn't matter where you look in Zimbabwe. All the high positions, you look, there's a Chimeta there. Somewhere. Right? Whether you go to health, military, air force, police, any branch of the government department, justice, especially in terms of justice. Mm. So you don't find a lot of Zimbabweans out. You don't find a lot of Chimetas outside Zimbabwe. They do okay. So from time where you get circumcised, that's when you're told about all these things. And that's where you are taught also how to kosher, slaughter an animal. Because when you go there, you bring your own. Because by the old man, me and my young brother. And we had a choice of, because my father wanted a sheep for us. So we went and we chose a ram, me and my young brother. Right. So when you are there, that's when you are taught how to slaughter it in the right manner. Right. Now, even goats as well, there is a certain technique. When you see people, yes, ordinary people who slaughter goats, and then they're saying they're slaughtering it kosher, it's a female one or a male one. And there are certain ways you go about it. Right. Now, for the male goat, and this is specific with the goat, you first have, with a very sharp knife, we usually use razor blades. You have to sever the testicles first. So you first remove the testicles of the goat before you slaughter it. Because the meat will spoil, all of it will spoil. You see. So the first thing is you get the goat, you slice off its testicles, you leave them in the pouch next day. Then you take a blade to it once, and then you let it bleed out on the rock, because you do it on a rock. Well, we did it on a rock. We always do it on a rock. It's something you end up realizing, okay, you do it on rock. Yeah, there you go. Now for us, yeah, we had nice ram that was taken. The other boys, they had goats, so we witnessed a lot of testicles being chopped off. Yeah. So it's befitting. You guys are getting your dicks chopped off, the goats are getting their testicles chopped off. And the good thing as well is that there's these little things they do with the strings and that, and then they tie you, what. It's magical, trust me. Right. So yeah, you stay there, eating your meat, you learn to brew your mayo. Mayo is, if you let it ferment more and more, mayo ends up becoming alcohol. So it starts off as mayo, but as you are there, it's maturing. As you also boys are maturing. So by the time you spend 7 days there, the alcohol is also mature to the point you guys are good to go. Right. So you come out of that place with your hari, a little bit of dried meat, that you're good and you're just singing and you're merry, and my hair is now matured. You see, it's no longer just my hair, it's now alcohol. You now drink alcohol. You see. So there's a lot of things that, in terms of rites of passage, you don't realize it then growing up. But later on in life, when you reflect, that's when you realize, okay, that's what it was all about. So let's keep it moving.
FP8,
We get the idea,
we're talking
though.
with them about that. But
The last one.
yes, the last and perhaps the most recent and most important one is nobody believed the Lemba and said, prove it. Well, the Lemba did. One of the
So I said it. Circumcision, we actually had to end up doing all this stuff in the camps because the missionaries had put a stop to during the time of baptism. They'll see the naked
clans
boys.
in the Lemba community, Jonathan, had their DNA sent to a lab for testing. You ready? A 70% match to historically Semitic Levite DNA.
Wait, Levite DNA.
Levite. In essence,
So-
the Cohens and the Levies in the world sent their DNA in, and the Lemba sent their DNA, and it's a 70% match 2,700 years later.
This is miraculous. I want you to understand that
Right. So even the white guy got satisfied. Okay. So we always knew who we were, isn't it? That's the whole point. The rest of the world said prove it. So the most I proved it. It wasn't us who proved it. The most I proved it. You see. That's why he says it's miraculous. So now we know who the children of God are and who God has been with all this time. So when it's time for you to reap what you have sown, don't complain. Okay, don't complain. Because you have it coming to you, Christians, Muslims alike. You're the ones who actually think you are in the right path. No, you're fucked up, big time. Your God is not mine. I promise you that much. Not the same God. That I know. It's not even a feeling. It's not even up to belief. Nor is it even up for debate that we worship different gods. Your God is the creator. Me, God is God. Spirit of a dead person doesn't even need, well, perhaps needs worship, but look, can be negated. You see, can be negated just like I can negate my father. Okay, I can go against my father. I can go against God. What are the consequences? Well, it depends. Is he a good God or a bad God? Same thing with your father. Yes, you should honor your mother and father, but sometimes when they are shit, and you should call them out for it. Same with your God, Christian one. Right? He needs to be called out for a few things. So do your Christians. So when we call out your God, we've already called out your Christians. Then Muslims are like gods of war. Right? Now, when we deal with the Creator, we know the Creator doesn't have enemies. Why does the Creator need to create anything alive that it doesn't want alive and then call it an enemy? No, gods do that, not the Creator. Yes. There's the big difference. Gods have enemies of other gods. That's why they tell you what they tell you, right? But when you approach the Creator, you see, the Creator is the only one who would be in a position to say, "Thou shalt not have any other gods before me," you see, or even God before me, because He is the Creator and He doesn't need you and your belief systems in order for Him to be what He is. Okay, you can run around with your imagination, right? Do what you like with it. When you're dealing with spirits of dead people that know your soul is eternal, that you don't die, how else do you think they populate their heavens? Yes. Because there are no new souls that are being born there. And if there are any old souls that are coming from somewhere, they are wiser than this. They can't get caught up in this game. They be looking at like, what the fuck is going on here? People be like, it's been going on for years. Really? Like for years. Whoa. I would like to see how this one plays out. Yeah, I did this. Stick around. I would like to see how this works out. But for some of us who have the ability to tap into the eyes of our ancestors and not be ashamed to look at things how they saw things, because the white man causes you to say it's primitive thinking. You see, Yet he offers you a philosophy that is even m- m- it's even more shallow. It's even more childish. In every sense of the word, it's even more childish. All right. No, let's hear you. Like I said, circumcision, right, we had it on 8 days. The Christians, missionaries.
With us and being a part of it. Part of being a part of it is understanding specifically what God is doing. This DVD, Jonathan, that we helped to distribute together with A&E, Quest for the Lost Tribes, was actually instrumental in my getting involved in this ministry in the first place. It explains where our people are scattered in the world, how we got there, and how it seems that God may be regathering us to himself into the land of Israel.
You may think that the lost tribes is an irrelevant issue for you as a Christian, but it's very relevant.
Yeah.
Because it's God fulfilling his promises concerning the last days.
Yeah.
And he's inviting every believer to be part of this last days move of his spirit. Great things ahead.
Yes.
And we get to be part of it. We want you to invest in this ministry. We need your partnership. It's your partnership that enables us to reach the lost tribes, to bless the Jewish people and their neighbors.
Yeah.
And we do it through medical, dental, eye care. We do it through the proclamation of the gospel.
Do you want to make $1,000 today and then $1,000 a day, every day? You will only need 5 minutes, and my team.
Africa, who have a tradition connected with the Ark of the Covenant, so that may catch some of your interest. So if you're able to get up there tomorrow evening, that will be an interesting lecture. I asked Nathan if it would be possible for us. More general lecture about groups of people who claim kinship. We are able to welcome our guest here today because of our friends at the University of Utah. Ancient Near Eastern Studies program works together with the Department of Religious Studies and some others at the University of Utah who are interested in Jewish-related studies. And so my friend and colleague, Nathan DeBeer, told me about Tudor's visit to Utah. He will be giving his main lecture actually tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock at the University of Utah on the Lemba people, who are people in the south of Africa, who have a tradition connected with the Ark of the Covenant. So that may catch some of your interest. So if you're able to get up there tomorrow evening, that will be an interesting lecture. I asked Nathan if it would be possible for us to bring Tudor down to our campus. And because of Latter-day Saints' interest in Israelite bloodlines, I asked Dr. Parfit if there would be a way he could give a more general lecture about groups of people who claim kinship with the house of Israel. Let me just introduce our guest a bit more. You'll understand why he is an expert who's able to speak to this issue. Tudor Parfit is Distinguished Professor in the Stephen J. Green School of International and Public Affairs at Florida International University, where he is also the Navon Professor of Sephardi and Mitzrayim Jewish Studies and the Director of the Global Jewish Studies Program. Now, if you will Google him online, you will see that he actually does quite a lot. You'll check his accent in a moment, but he's a British historian, broadcaster, and writer. And so he has traveled widely. In fact, I think one of his bios actually describes him as an adventurer. And he travels widely and speaks widely on some of these issues. And he's had a number of publications as well as the documentaries I've alluded to. Just to name a few, In the Shadow of Moses, New Jewish Movements in Africa and Diaspora, which came out this year, Becoming Jewish, New Jews, Emerging Jewish Communities in a Globalized World, also this year, and Black Zion in 2012. One of the things that may also catch the interest of a Latter-day Saint audience is, he may allude to this in today's presentation, is the use of genetics, either proving or disproving connections with the House of Israel, which of course affects our community in many ways. So without any further ado, I would like us to give a warm welcome to Dr. Tudor Parker.
Well, thank you very much for that nice introduction, Dr. Hansen. It's very, very good to be here. It's a very interesting and, of course, somewhat unusual audience for me. And I have a great suspicion of technology in every conceivable form, and particularly this particular one. And so I might choose to ignore it to some extent. I think I know what you're likely to be interested in, and I think that the things that you're going to be interested in are not my introduction. So I'm going to skip the introduction because I think that you will know all about it, because you know all about the lost tribes of Israel in some sort of theoretical way. And your church has been deeply concerned with the issue of the lost tribes of Israel, even from its inception. And it's indeed a fact that the first 3 or 4 decades of the 19th century was perhaps the period in human history when there was the greatest interest in the idea of lost tribes, and particularly in the Americas, and that is, in a way, the backdrop to the beginning of Latter-day Saints' religious evolution. But that's not what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm very, very interested in the spread of lost tribe mythology, as I would think of it. But what I'm going to talk about is my own personal experience of it over quite a number of years. I think I'd have to start by saying that I'm speaking from a secular point of view, even though I'm a very keen attendant of my own church, which is the Anglican Church. I can no longer think of myself as a believer exactly, but I'm very attached to the traditions of the Christian Church. But I don't necessarily feel obliged to believe everything that I read in the Bible. And one of the things specifically that I personally don't particularly believe in is the idea that the lost tribes of Israel have to be, extant at this point in history, or indeed at any point in history. And from my own scholarly and secular point of view, the lost tribes really kind of stopped being historically visible, probably 4 or 5 generations after the exile, which created the diaspora in Babylon. Of course, we're not ever absolutely sure about this, but the indications.
Now we can be sure about this because of my oral tradition. My oral is okay. It's intact. I don't need to remember anything we did. It's intact, right? Now that I'm the wise, I know how to source all this information, all of it, right? Because this is just a sample, and you are getting it from the most educated of your kind, okay, the most knowledgeable of your kind.
Current indications are on the
It's a
basis
Christian like you, but at least his wisdom took him somewhere else because he wanted to study the truth about Christianity. Okay, when he says my opinion right now or my point of view, the stance that I've taken, even though I'm biased by these biases, I'm trying to approach this from a scholarly point of view in terms of secular. That I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible, using historical facts as a basis, right? In terms of even the myth that's surrounding the history, right? being able to distinguish myth and truth within the myth itself too, right? As to finding the genesis of it, perhaps, the myth itself, what it perhaps truly represents, and how it might have been augmented or misconstrued throughout time from its perhaps original meaning. You see, things are easily taken out of context.
Contemporary, verifiable knowledge, that appears to be the case. But I should also say that to make a distinction between history and fact and myth is a very hazardous undertaking, and it would be a brave man who would underestimate the power and the significance, the importance, and the truth. And you have to understand this, the truth of myth, and this is what I'm going to be trying to address today, the truth of myth, anyway.
So the myth comes from those who are mystical, who are imbued with power to embed scenarios within complex scenarios within a simple scenario within an even simpler one. So as you get older, you reflect upon the same idea, but it unpacks more like an onion, layers, and then you can interlace more as you meditate upon that myth, right? Because we speak in allegory. Because when I say the monkey was speaking to the rabbit, well, the monkey has never spoken to the rabbit, but you need to understand what I am implying there. You see? So when you say these Africans talk fun, they say monkeys talk rabbits. Okay. Stick with me.
So, quite a number of...
Yet you love that story of the tortoise, but you don't know its meaning. Its meaning. Or you think it's about money. No, it's not even about money. It's got more to do with the calendar, the solar system, than anything else. You're dealing with the sun and the moon there. Because the sun is the one that starts off in the beginning of the year. Is it? Well, because they finish the race at nearly the same time. Because what completes the circuit is the moon. So we don't actually time the sun. We check the sun according to the moon. The moon is the one that is constant in its movement. It doesn't deviate, it doesn't go slow, it doesn't go fast. The sun, well, there you go. That's the true story of this tortoise in the egg. It's just one example I gave. Imagine the rest of the things you think you know, and you really don't.
A number of years ago, I was having dinner in a club, a very fancy sort of conservative British club in London, and somebody asked me if I would go the following week to the Sudan to write a report on Ethiopian Jews who allegedly were being poisoned in the refugee camps along the border with Ethiopia. And I agreed.
By Muslims and Christians.
And I agreed, and I turned up in Sudan and got on a little bus which took me across the desert to a place called Gudaref, which is on the border with Ethiopia. And at the time, this was many years ago, it was the time of the great Ethiopian famine. The whole area was filled with refugee camps and grotesquely emaciated people. I'm sure you've seen images of the famine on television and so on. And I wandered around these refugee camps looking for the Ethiopian Jews who were supposed to be there, and eventually I located them. And it just so happened that my arrival in this refugee camp coincided with the beginning of an extraordinary operation on the part of the Israeli government to rescue these Jews and to take them from these stinking and awfully badly organized refugee camps.
Yeah, the demise, we can always put it back to Rome, you see, because we had agriculture, feeding ourselves, right? There was more than one bread basket, you see. So they destroyed Egypt because it was never meant to feed army people. No. The karma of that place is that great. Europeans coming to feed over that land and getting the strength to come back and then subjugate the very same people who are giving you your very daily bread because you live in cities and you are scum. Yes. That's it. You are scum when you live in cities. They've never been productive. Okay. Their glory comes from raiding other people who are growing their own things, their own crops, their own vegetables. And then they change their way of doing things. To the point these people also become non-productive. So they spread this non-productiveness around. We all suffer. Yes. Wherever there's a little bit of agriculture where people want to grow, they go in there. They want in. Well, your ways do not are not conducive to life. You can't sustain your own ways without you sucking the resources either of Africa. Or, you just have to be sucking someone in order for you to have your time in the sun. Someone needs to suck. You can't all just get along. You can't all enjoy. No. That time is coming to an end. And I hope people just wake up. Stop feeding the system. Stop feeding the beast. You see. It will die by itself if no one feeds it. But it pretends you need it. Right? And it's like these people in suits. Right? It's time to avoid these people called politicians. They're the worst of all. They're non-productive members of society. They're just the useless eaters. They don't produce anything. They don't produce anything. So what is their value to society? To manage production. Well, they kill production because wherever there's production, they go and regulate so that they can eat something. If you're not going to, if I'm not going to eat, then God damn it, you're not going to eat too. That's their ideology. So no, this place is dry up the moment you introduce war.
To Israel, that operation was called Operation Moses. And that, in a way, was the beginning of my own interest in the question of the lost tribes of Israel, because
you see, you got desert Sahara, you got desert Nevada. The moment the Europeans come into South America, Brazil, watch, you're going to have one of the greatest deserts in that area. You wait. Because these people, deserts follow them wherever they go. That's how you can see where they fit. Wherever you find the terrain has been thoroughly abused, right? That nothing can even recover. Because even the soul of the earth has been removed. Nothing can grow there, no matter how hard it is. Because they've sucked out all the minerals. It's just sad. The whole place is going to end up looking like that. Give it a minute. No, they don't give a shit. They could live in their underground bases and never see the day of light. Don't give a shit. They could do away with the sun as far as they are concerned. Gives people too much power, too much energy. They want to control all the energy, you see, so that you are slaves to that, all of you. So this time it's not money, it's energy that they calculate. Okay, your value, we value with the energy. And this is how much energy you are entitled. No more. The more you become lazy and less aware that you are responsible for feeding you, you need a piece of land that you can work every day to feed yourself and your family. If you don't do this, you are going to promote the beast system, and it's going to eat you alive and chew you out and leave you and your children in hell and misery here in the afterlife. So you must choose wisely. You want war or peace? Peace means agriculture, small communities that support each other, that deal with their own local needs, local, because they know what they need local. Okay. Not global problems that are being sorted out by the big thinkers who think they can think for everyone, including the one who is in the village that they've never been to, don't know the situation, the scenario, and who's who. You see. But somehow they know because they've done the research, so they say. The numbers speak for themselves, so they say. We've done some surveys, so the statistics say, well, the scientists also predict that it's okay. All right. So, still the same shit under a different guy to remove the power from you. Which power? The power that is your blessing. To go and put something in the ground and watch it grow. Then you see a miracle. Because you take one seed, it's going to produce for you 100 seeds. You take those 100 seeds, they're going to produce for you 10,000 seeds, so to speak. You take those 10,000 seeds, they're going to produce for you 10 million seeds. That's how it works. From one seed. That is true prosperity. True prosperity. That is true wealth. Because it is forever multiplying. It doesn't divide itself, it multiplies. The more of it you use, the more you get back. Yes. Not the less you get back. Because the system that they worked out is a system that sucks you. That the more you put in, the less you actually get in terms of your life. Because they don't want you to come out of it. Here you find that the less resistant you are, the sooner you get out of the system. Yes. The sooner you realize, oh shit, I don't need any of this shit. None of it. Okay. I've been made to think I need this shit. I don't need any of this shit. It's not terrible out there. Okay. It's not murderers. No, there are murderers in your city, not out there. You see. So if I'm out there in the bush, how is it unsafe out there in the bush? What are they coming to look for out there in the bush? There's nothing out there in the bush. They might be coming to get the gadgets here in the city, the phones, the gadgets. Hmm. If they're coming our way out there in the bush to take our cattle, they better be prepared because we fight back. You see where I'm going? So criminals are actually attracted by these big city lights because they're anonymous. In the villages, we know who is who you are. You might even just look at the footprint and say, "I will know who that is." That's how deep it is in the villages. We know. I saw your footprint. Yeah, I know you. So that's how it is.
Ethiopian Jews were permitted to go to Israel as citizens, as free citizens, while being black people from Africa,
Yeah.
because of the idea that they formed one of the lost tribes of Israel, namely the tribe of Dan, and that it was on this basis that they could go and settle in Israel. So this was my first lost tribe of Israel. And the story of the Ethiopian Jews is one of the most dramatic stories, the most exciting stories, I think, in modern Jewish history, how they got from Ethiopia to Israel, what happened when they got there, and of course the mass of myths and legends that surrounds their history. Because ever since, I should think, the 9th century, perhaps a little bit earlier, European society had been convulsed with the idea that somewhere in Africa there would be a kingdom either controlled by the great figure of Prester John or, according to other versions of this basic legend, a kingdom that was dominated by the lost tribes of Israel. And so right from the 9th century well into the 20th century, the idea that the lost tribes of Israel somehow were to be found in the interior of Africa was one of these myths that dominated the ways that Europeans visualized and understood, comprehended the unknown outside world. So we all imagine, I'm sure you as well, you imagine the life beyond Utah. And some of you know it, some of you don't. But anyway, there's a horizon and there's a periphery. And beyond that periphery, you don't really know it so well. You know this world. And the world beyond you.
Horizon, pre-suffixing, suffix to horizon is to horizontal. It's say flat earth.
And
Right.
beyond your own faith
And
is one that you have to construct really for your own purposes. And thus it was in medieval Europe. They didn't know what was beyond Europe. They had no real conception. And so it was imagined, it was constructed, it was created in the mind. And one of the chief factors in the construction of this outside world was the fact that certainly somewhere the lost tribes of Israel were to be found, that they were a powerful, rich, potent force, and for many people and for many generations, the idea was that they could perhaps at some point in the future be counted on to come to the aid either of Christendom, according to the version, or to Jews as they were being persecuted by Christians in Europe.
Jews being persecuted by Christians in Europe. We were the very Jews also that the Christians ended up coming to persecute in Southern Africa. Yes. Were we powerful? Yes. Rich? Yes. Very well. How well? Well, we controlled the ancient Silk Roads. The ancient Silk Roads, the heart of the ancient Silk Road was in Southern Africa, Mapungugu, Great Zimbabwe. That is why it's called Great Zimbabwe, idiot. Because it is great. Now, you show me another great place here. Is it called Great Egypt? No, it's just called Egypt. But then there is a thing called the Great Pyramid. Okay. Which is similar to Great Zimbabwe. So, if we be the builders of greatness in Zimbabwe, we should also be the builders of greatness everywhere else you find greatness. Because the last place you find greatness is Zimbabwe. Right? This is the last in terms of architecture from the old world that is of any substance that is great. So if there's been anything of any substance that was great prior, it was us, because that greatness is in us. Yes. not in you. And you can see this greatness in me. And I can see it in myself too. It only took a generation to understand this diabolical language. Now we're chewing it up, giving it back to you. Hold on.
And a further extension of this idea was
You're going to understand my accent. Hold on. I speak pure English, not like the English do. No, mine is actually much more refined. Yes, my pronunciation is absolute. When I give you a word, don't go and look at your lexicon and think it is being mispronounced here. No. Because we give you words like Mnangagwa. Can't even say Mnangagwa. President Emerson Mnangagwa. They can't say it. No one has yet been able to say it that I've heard. But it's something that is so natural when you're dealing with this problem. Utora Mnangagwa. Right. And Emerson Mnangagwa. Noguchi, it's our tongue. It's not yours. Yeah. You are sooner to bite your own tongue before you even begin trying to pronounce some of these names. Trust me on that. Indeed.
that they would somehow outwit the forces of Islam, who were the clear main enemies of Europeans well into the modern period, and still, in a way, can be seen as being so.
What we managed to do for you ungrateful Christians and grateful Europeans, is we converted the Khazarian king into Judaism. He acted as a buffer to that Islamic incursion in Europe. Had we not converted the Khazarian, who you now call Kaiser Jews and think are now the original Jews, yet they're converts because they traced their Jewish heritage through their mothers. So it shows you they are not Old Testament Jews. Because the Old Testament Jews only trace their paternity through their fathers, like we do today. From father to son, not from mother to mother. That's why when you know Jesus Christ is got no earthly father, and his mother, and then you say maybe because his mother is a Jew, that doesn't cut it where we come from. Doesn't matter who your mother is. She could be a prostitute for all we care. It's your father who gives you your name. It's your father who gives you your heritage. You bear your father's identity, not your mother's, like these converts do. They are converts. So by being converts, we converted their mothers. Who, right? That's how you find that they become converts through their mothers. That's history for you right there. You see. So it takes one to know. So when there's an interaction between the two, you can see the outcome. Had they had sons born to them, maybe it might have been a different outcome. But no, their daughters born to them, who these high priests, who were given the daughters of the king to marry and make children and make them priests and high priests too. But the Most High did not give them any sons, only girls. So they had to, that's how it became. They had to go through their mothers. They had to go through their mothers because they had no fathers in existence born to who. You see. Right. Had there been sons born to the high priest, maybe, but they were only girls born to the high priest. So the tradition had to be passed on somehow. So your mothers, that's how you go about it. We keep the old ways, it's our fathers. So if we're ever to meet up in the future, we know who is who. Because you've kept your ways, we've kept our ways. Then the Christians want to come in between, like he's saying the Christian story. The Christians are the fucking devils themselves, yet they're running around looking for salvation. From who? You're the murderers. You got the blood of innocence on your hands. You Christians, Islam kind of rose up in order just to try and squash Christianity because Christians were unruly. Okay, you had people like the Knights Templar who represented Christianity. They were nothing more than murder, highwaymen. Okay, glorified highwaymen. That's what they were. You look at what is called the Roman Empire. It's not an empire. What you have there is a trade route, okay, that they encapsulated, okay, Northern Africa, okay, Southern Europe. They just took this. If they couldn't control those areas, they made sure the trade did not go through those areas. That's it. You see, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to control the silk trade, right? And now Europe is in charge of that silk route. But China is waking up and saying, well, you know what? We've always been positioned, to do this because of our location. You might want to migrate the markets to Europe, but they can only come to Europe for so long until the markets go back to their original people. Because you people in Europe, you don't have any market to speak of. You honest with you. They're artificial markets. Now, the moment people realize that these are artificial markets, it's not the real economy, you see. Right? You're going to want land to farm on. Because real economy is something you eat every day. You see. You're going to have your gold. I'm going to tell you, I'm sitting on tons of it here in Africa. What the fuck? I'm growing soya beans and sorghum and wheat and barley and potatoes and cabbages and lettuce, legumes of all sorts, tomatoes, potatoes, yeah, all kinds of roots, shrubs, and herbs. You see, that's the new economy. If you didn't see it coming. So those people with land, where people with money can come and say, look, we want to detox. Yes, we will have these little chalets for you, these little huts made out of mud. Very simple, you know, very simple. But with all the amenities you want. The river is nearby, there's well water, there are birds, you are in nature. You come in, you walk barefoot, you unplug, you unwind, you get in touch with who you're supposed to. Not this nonsense you want to thrust upon the world and say it's civilization. It's nonsense. You see. That's why it's going to collapse. That's why it's already collapsed. People like me, without people like me to encourage the hard workers, the people who are willing to go out there and do the hard labor. That's why the industry collapsed because what do you need? Pardon? Yeah, I'm trying to, not bother you here too. Like when you come back and then there's nothing and then you're upset at me. You can't win. You can't win. Since you can't win, I'm just going to lose. Huh?
You said what? You can't win.
Yeah, I said you can't win. So since you can't win, I'm just going to be a loser.
No.
What?
I'm gonna do dishes now, makes me to eat, and then I want my half. Thank you. You can put that in half.
You can just call it.
I'm not even going to talk about that. We've got nothing.
Yeah, never mind.
You know, I'm not talking about
I said never mind. Time is ticking. Time passes. Men and women are kind of different. Men, women, even children, kind of different. Men, there are just certain things that they can't tolerate, they'd rather die. That women are willing to put up with in life. That's why men will commit suicide. 9 out of 10 times where a woman would say, why couldn't you just talk to me about it? You see? Why couldn't you just come to me? Well, believe it or not, you are probably the reason, if not 9 out of 10 of the time, that he is going to commit suicide. Right? Because he already feels trapped. He already done come to you in more ways than one. You are the reason why he feels his situation is hopeless. Because if you can't get him, then who is? You see. So in his mind, it's all lost because it was you probably who was his motivation, his inspiration in the beginning. Now your attentions are elsewhere because you are now a mother and you have your own house as you've always wanted it. Now, if I can just get rid of him, picture would be perfect. Yes. That's how it is. So men, we see the pattern because men we don't just gossip and we just don't complain. So when the man is at the bar and he's talking to his mates really know his situation. They really do. Better than his missus at home. His mates know his situation. They don't want him to just call it quits and fuck off because they're family men too. And they realize that, you see, it's not easy, this relationship. Especially when you make emotional decisions. Because sometimes they have to be emotional decisions because when you're dealing with relationships, it's not work where if I don't like certain scenarios, it's logical how I go about things. Yet when you're in a relationship, it's more feeling, you see, that really should inform you on how you go about things. Right? Yet in the same time, as a man, you're being encouraged to be unattached and unemotional, be more logical in a relationship that requires you to be more emotional. Men have tethers. Men have lines they draw in the sand, imaginary ones, that they say here and no further. When that line has been crossed, there is nothing in your capacity as my other you're going to do to negate that. So as a consequence, suicide becomes the result.
So this is the background, and Africa was the locus that many of the ideas of the lost tribes the ideas coalesced around some place in Africa, and very often around Ethiopia. But Ethiopia wasn't the only cetus for this myth. Just about every other bit of Africa at some point or another has been associated with it. And I don't think there's a part of the world which has not at some point or another been associated with the lost tribes. From Britain itself, and you've probably heard of the British Israelite movement, Scandinavia, Australia, New Zealand, South America, North America. Wherever you go in the world, somebody at some point or another has said, this is where the lost tribes are or have been. So anyway, I had some kind of knowledge of this when I came across the Ethiopian Jews in Sudan. And while I was there, I illegally crossed the border, and I had already met some of these Ethiopians in the camps, and they started to tell me their stories. And particularly what they said was that they've been walking in some cases for 3 months in the highlands of Ethiopia, and that on the way they'd been attacked. The girls had often enough been raped. They've been attacked by bandits, in some cases by wild animals, and they were in an absolutely pitiful state. And they said, if you really want to see what it was like, you have to take the path that we ourselves took here. And they indicated the path, and they told me to travel at night, because if I traveled at day, I'd be shot at by helicopters that patrolled the route down from Lake Gondar. So I traveled at night with a group of Ethiopians. And indeed, I saw these people in other evolutions coming down this route from the highlands and making their way to the camps on the border. And one group that I travelled with, we arrived at the border. We crossed the border. There was no control at all at the time, and just in front of where we were, there was a very pitiful-looking UN hut. It was no more than one story, but it had a kind of tower. And compared with the pitiful little shacks that were the other buildings in the area, it was reasonably impressive. And the people that I was with, they looked at this and they said, "My God, this is amazing. This surely must be the place that we've been traveling towards. This must be Jerusalem." And they threw themselves on the floor and started to worship the ground that they were absolutely certain was Jerusalem. Of course, it wasn't, and it was still a very long route that they had to follow. But I was taken by this community. I was taken by their simple faith, and I was taken by the extraordinary romance, if you like, of their story and the legend that ultimately led them to be where they were. And a few months later, I was invited to go to a university in South Africa and give a talk on the Ethiopian Jews. And at the back of the hall, something like this, at the end of my talk, I noticed a group of black people who were very, very shabbily dressed. They were barefoot, unlike the wealthy, Johannesburg people who were neatly turned out and so on. And I wandered over to see these people. They were wearing yarmulkes or kippot, Jewish skull caps. And they explained to me that they were Jewish, and they told me they were a lost tribe as well, and they were called the Lemba. And I must have looked pretty dismissive, maybe even a little bit of a sneer was perceived on my face, and they looked a bit disappointed and a bit abashed. And they said, "Well, all you need to do is to come back with us to our villages, spend a few days, and you will see that what we're saying about ourselves is absolutely true." And so I did. I went up to Venda, where they lived, and spent a weekend. At the end of the weekend, I was pretty sure that the habits and customs and stories and legends that they told me were in some way authentic, and I resolved to write a book about it. And it was an intriguing thing, because they told me they'd come from an unknown place, from a lost city in the north, and the lost city was called Senna. And so I had the idea of somehow walking across Africa, following the traces that the Lemba would lead me to, picking up clues as I went, and trying to find this lost city of Sennaar. And I spent about 6 months on this journey. It was one of the best times of my life. And eventually I got to the Red Sea, and I was sitting on a beach, looking out towards the ocean, and I had failed to find out where these people had come from. I had failed to find out if they were really the Jewish tribe that they claimed to be. I had failed to find out if they were a lost tribe of Israel, as claimed. But I'd had a great journey, and I went on to write a book that was translated into quite a number of languages, and I was reasonably content, but not completely content, because after all, in my heart of hearts, I hadn't solved the puzzle that I tried to resolve in the first place. But a couple of years later, or maybe even the next year, I was in the Yemen, and if ever you have the chance, if you haven't done your mission yet, and you can persuade the authorities to send you to the Yemen, if the position in the Yemen is somewhat more peaceful than it is at the moment, I would strongly urge you to go there, because it's one of the most extraordinary places in the world. And I was talking to I was traveling down through the Hadramaut, which is a great valley which crosses through the empty quarter, which is the great desert of Saudi Arabia. And I was speaking to a holy Muslim Mukhtar, and I don't know how holy he was. Anyway, he was an Islamic Mukhtar. And we're having a conversation, and he said, well, what do you do with yourself? And I said, well, I'm a professor of Jewish studies, and I teach Hebrew and Jewish history and this, that, and the other. And he said, well, very interesting, very fine people, the Jews. And he said, what have you been doing recently? And I told him the story about the Lemba and how I crossed Africa looking for this mythical place, as I imagined, called Sennaar. And he clapped his hands together and he said, well, hang on, there's a place right at the end of the Wadi, probably 4 or 5 hours from here. Very ancient place it is too. It used to be inhabited. It used to have a great dam which cracked in about 1200, and since then it's really been abandoned. But I can tell you this, that it used to send its population to Africa. So I thought, maybe this has got something to do with my story. So we took the Land Rover and we went to the end of the Wadi. We found this place. And what I discovered almost immediately was that the people who lived around the area had the same tribal names as the tribal names of my African lost tribe. And I thought, my goodness, this looks as if it might be leading to something rather exciting and interesting. But still, there was no smoking gun. There was no graffiti on the wall which said, the Lemba were here, or that the lost tribe went in the direction of Africa, or something like that. Nothing. So then, this was now, getting on towards 1996, 1997. And this was the moment in history when we were first able to access that history book, which everybody carries around inside them, and that is, of course, our DNA. And before that, it had not been possible. It was still very expensive to do. But I had friends in the Department of Genetics at University College London, and together we decided that we would do a major research trip, and we would collect DNA in South Arabia, and we connect it, and we would compare it with the Lemba DNA, and also with the other populations spread out between the Indian Ocean and the areas where the Lemba live. And so this was a major thing. It took a few months, and we finished up with a nice pile of DNA, and this was shipped off to the genetic wallers in the labs at University College. And then, we got the results. And what was I expecting? Was I really expecting that this would answer my questions? Well, one of the questions, what were my questions? Let's just run through it again. Yeah. Were they really a lost tribe of Israel? That was one question. What was the other question? Yeah. Were they really from Senna, and were they really Jewish? Right, that's the last thing. So, well, you know, Jews were a religion. Are you going to be able to get anything about Jews as a religion from DNA? That I didn't really think would come through. Were they from Senna? That seemed plausible if this was the Senna that I imagined it might be. So that possible. Lost tribes of Israel, a group that had disappeared from the face of the earth 600 or 700 years before the Christian era. That seemed to me, you know, to be pretty unlikely. So we got the data, and it's the case that just a few months before I was doing this, I was involved in another project, and that project had to do with the Kohanim. Does anybody know what the Kohanim are? The Hebrew word Kohen, priest. Thank you very much. Jewish priests are called Kohanim, and I'm sure that you may have met in your lives or heard of somebody called Mr. Cohen or Mrs. Cohen. Well, if a man is called Cohen, the chances are that he is a priest, and there are various other Hebrew names that Jews use which indicate that he is of priestly origin. And so the idea would be that these people of priestly origin were descended from priests who at one point in history officiated on the temple in Jerusalem. But if you think about it, you know, is there really very much likelihood or chance that Mr. Cohen down the block really had anything to do with, you know, these priests that fill the stories of the Bible, the New Testament, and the Old Testament also, your own scriptures? Not really. But anyway, we decided to put this to the test. So we collected hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Mr. Cohens from all over the world, many of them on the beach in Tel Aviv, as it happens. And we took all of their DNA and we analyzed it. And remarkably, and rather incredibly, well over 50% of these Kohanim, these guys, were descended from a single person, a single man. And we also know that that single man lived in the area of Israel 3,000 years ago. Now, I can tell you individually, or maybe afterwards, how you can determine this through genetics. But believe me, for the moment, you more or less can. Not perhaps with total precision, but you can more or less. So we had this piece, and of course, what would this